Hey guys, in this project we're going to be building a PHP blog called PHP Lovers Blog, which is basically just a simple newsreel of PHP releases, conferences, events, things like that. And I created this simple logo. This layout is actually a Bootstrap template that I customized. So we're going to be implementing Bootstrap. Very simple though, basically just using a template and just changing up the colors, things like that. Alright, so basically it'll store posts in categories inside of a MySQL database. We'll have those will be the two tables, posts and categories. The posts will have a title, a date, a formatted date, an author, and of course the content. Alright, over here we have just a simple blurb, which is just an about text, and then we have the list of categories which are being pulled from the database. And if we click on a category, up here you can see that we have the get variable category set to whatever the ID is, and then it'll only show posts from that category. Alright, so if we click on design, we don't have any posts in design, so it's just going to give us a no post message. Alright, and if we click on a post, it'll take us to that page. Very, very simple. And also, we're going to have an admin section. Alright, so if we go to admin, we're not going to implement a user login and registration with this project, only because it takes up too much time. We will create a registration with our next project, which will be a forum. And I just wanted to use the whole registration thing in one project, because otherwise every project that would take up a large amount of time to implement that in every project. So basically we just go to this URL /admin, and we have our list of posts and categories. We can click add post. Alright, we can create a post, we can select the category, put in the author, tags if we want. We can also, of course, add a category, and then here we can actually click on the post, and we can edit the content of the post and save it, and we can also delete it. Alright, so basic CRUD operations. Alright, create, read, update, and delete. Alright, and then we have this visit blog, which just takes us to the front end. Alright, so that's what we'll be building in this chapter. Like I always do, we're going to create the user interface first. Well, actually first we'll create the database and then the interface, and then move on to the PHP files. Now this project, the file structure will be a little different. It's going to be more organized than our first and second project. We will be using more object-oriented programming, although the next project will have a significantly more object-oriented functionality. Alright, so let's get to it. I'm going to close this out. And this page here, this lipsum.com, is basically just dummy content that I'm going to use for the blog, for the posts. So what I want to do first is the user interface. So I'm going to go to the htdocs folder and rename the finished blog to done. And then we can create our own folder to work in. Alright, so we're going to create the structure, and it's a bit more organized than what we've been doing. Alright, so I'm going to create a folder called Libraries. And from now on, from here in the next projects to come, we'll be using more and more object-oriented programming, so we'll have more and more classes that we'll be using. Alright, so we can create objects that belong to classes. And this particular project, we're going to have a database class. Alright, so I'm going to go in there and I'm going to create a new document, and I'm going to call this database.php. And what this is going to be our own class. We're going to actually create it from scratch, and it's just going to allow us to run queries, to run select queries, select multiple table queries, inserts, updates, things like that. And it's going to be really simple, and it's not going to be too it's not something you'd want to use on a big production site. You'd probably want to use something like PDO and prepared statements, like we will in the next chapter, in the next project. But I just want to get you familiar with using classes and object-oriented programming. Alright, so what else do we want here? We want to have, obviously, our template folders, which will be the CSS folder. And we're just going to put these right in the root for now, for this project. In the next project, we'll actually create a template class, and we'll have basically a template folder that'll hold this stuff. But for this project, we're just going to put it all right in the root. We want a fonts folder for the Bootstrap template. We're going to have a helpers folder, which is just going to be random functions that can basically do things like format dates, things like that. We'll have an images folder, and let's see what else we want. A JavaScript folder. We're not going to really do any JavaScript. It's basically just for the Bootstrap JavaScript template. We're going to have an includes folder, which is going to have things like our header file, our header and footer, so that we don't have to add all that code into every single view file. So we'll just have one header and footer that will include. Alright, so that's actually, we want to create one more folder called admin, and that's going to hold the files that allow us to add a new post, things like that, edit posts. Alright, and we're going to create also a config folder, which is going to hold just one configuration file where we can just specify certain configurations. Alright, we'll have an index file, which obviously is going to be our entry point, and it'll have all the latest posts, and we're going to have a posts.php file, and that's going to be the main, not the main index page, but the post page, and we'll be able to filter through by category as well. So it'll show, if we select the design category, it'll only show posts that are in the design category. All right, and then finally we want post.php, which is going to represent just a single post. So it'll be a pretty simple file. So these files will be our output files. Okay, so this is what the user will actually see. Like I said, in the next project we'll have a template class, and we'll be able to put all our templates into one folder. But for this project, I want to gradually get to that point because it's a little more complicated. Alright, so the quiz, obviously the first project, everything was right in the file, all the queries, everything. And then in the second project, the quiz project, we kind of just had we had a database file, everything was in the root directory. Now we're getting a little bit more structure, we'll be using a class, a database class, and then from here on, we'll gradually work up to an advanced PHP application. So let's go ahead and create the rest of the files. The admin folder is going to have quite a few. It's actually going to have its own includes because it's going to have a different header and footer than our front-end app. Alright, yeah, and inside there we'll just create a couple files. Okay, we want header.php. footer.php. Oh. Alright, and we'll have a couple files here. We're going to have add category, add post, edits category, edit post, and of course our index. Alright, so that's it for the admin. We already have our libraries, our database file. Classes, by convention, should have an uppercase letter to start with. Alright, it's not mandatory, but it's a very common convention, and it's just something that I've always done. Config, we're going to have one file in here called config.php. CSS, we're going to create, actually we're going to do that when we get the Bootstrap template. We'll put in those files. Same thing with fonts. Helpers, we're going to have a formatting helper. Okay, so I'm going to create a file called format underscore helper, helper.php. And let's see, includes, we need a header and footer. I'm just going to copy these here that we did in the admin section. Okay, JavaScript we'll leave. Alright, so that's good. That's our structure for now. In the next video we will create our UI. Like I said, we're going to use a Bootstrap template and we're going to just customize it a little bit. Alright guys, so we have our folder structure. Now we want to create the UI, and we're going to use a Bootstrap template. So we want to go to getbootstrap.com, and what we're going to do is download Bootstrap. Okay, so I'm going to get this zip file, which I'm going to open up. Okay, at this time, the latest version is 3.1.1, and basically we're just going to transfer some files, open our CSS folder, and I'm going to bring in bootstrap.css. Alright, and that's basically it. And then the fonts, we'll just grab these and put those into our fonts folder. And then we want our JavaScript, bootstrap.js. Alright, so when you download the zip file for Bootstrap, there's no index page. Okay, it's on us to create that. But there is an example that we can grab if we go to Getting Started and go to where is it? Okay, so down here where it says examples, we want to kind of grab this theme right here, this blog theme. So I'm going to click on that. Alright, and it takes us to a demo. Now what we're going to do is do a Control U and get all the source code. Okay, so you want to select all and copy, and then we're going to put that into our index.php file. Okay, and then we can close that up. And what we want to do is, let's just save this how it is. Okay, it's not going to look too good, but we'll just make sure that our path works. So localhost /PHP lovers blog. Alright, so we have all the content from the sample document, but we don't have any CSS or anything because we have to fix the paths. Alright, let me just move this up. Okay, now the path to, okay, right here, it has a path to bootstrap.min.css, but this is not correct right here. We just want it to go to our CSS folder. Okay, CSS/, and we're not using this minified version, so it's just going to be bootstrap.css. And then here, it's pointing to blog.css, which just has some extra styling, and actually we're going to have to get that, so we're going to go back to the Bootstrap site and go back to that demo. Okay, if we do a Control U, we can click on this blog.css. Okay, it's just some extra styling. We're going to grab all of it and go into the CSS folder of our app, create a new file, and I'm going to call this custom.css instead of blog CSS. Okay, and open that up, paste that in, save it, and then back in our index page we want this to go to css/custom.css. Alright, so let's go ahead and change the title. And let's get rid of this favicon link. We don't need that. We don't need author or description for now. We don't need any of this stuff. And then down at the bottom, it's linking to the jQuery Google CDN, which is fine. We have our bootstrap.js file, so let's remove this min. And this is it's in the JavaScript directory of our application. And then this one, we don't need this, so let's get rid of it. Alright, so let's save this, and now it should look like the demo, hopefully. So we'll go to host/PHP Lovers blog. Alright, so basically we have the demo site up and running. Alright, now let's start to change some things. If we go in the index file, okay, so for the menu, and by the way, in this video we're only going to be adding static content. We're not going to deal with anything with the database in this video. Okay, I just want to get the look down first. Okay, we'll have a home. Okay, and then we'll have a link for all posts. And okay, for the heading, this is where we want to have our logo, which I need to get. Alright, so I'm going to go to the done version and go to images. Okay, I want to grab this logo, copy it. You should have this in your files. And put it right in the images directory. Okay, and then right here, I'm going to create a div with the class of logo. Alright, and then in here we're going to have an image, and I'm just going to point it to the static image for now, which is images/ I think it's logo.png. So let's see if that goes through. Alright, so there's the logo. The title is going to be PHP Lover's Blog, and then we're going to have kind of a slogan here. So I'm going to change this to PHP News, tutorials, videos, and more. Alright, now we want to do a little styling here. We want to get this image floated to the left of the title and the slogan. So let's go to our custom CSS file. I want to open it with Notepad++. And I think in the next video, the next project, we're going to install a better editor. We'll install the Eclipse IDE because I really like Notepad++, but only for small projects where you're not working with a bunch of files. An IDE makes that a little easier. Alright, so what do we want to do here? I just want a spot where we can add our custom styles, basically classes and IDs that we're adding. So I'm going to go, I think this is a media query. Actually, yeah, we'll just go to the bottom, I guess. Custom classes. Okay, so logo. Basically, all we want to do is float that to the left. Okay. So we also want to change some coloring. Alright, so this blue we want to turn into basically the PHP branding purple. So there's a few areas we need to change for the color. So the blog masthead, I'm going to actually copy this because this is that light blue, and I want to just replace it. I want to replace it with the color of the PHP logo, which is this, and I'm just going to hit replace all. So let's save that and take a look. Alright, so that changed the top header, or the navbar color I should say. Okay, now I want to take a look at the posts. That's awful long. I'm just going to replace these posts with some different content. Okay, so sample blog posts. I'm just going to put a different title in there just to get a better feel. And then let's see, blog post meta. I'm going to get rid of the inner text of the post. Alright, I'm just going to get just a couple paragraphs of sample content. Obviously, this will be ultimately coming from the database, but just for now. And I'm just going to put the same content in the next post. Alright, and then let's change the name or the title of the post. Okay, so that looks better. I'm going to get rid of these next previous links as well. Okay. Now I want to have a read more button as well. Okay, that goes across the column here. So at the bottom of the post, which is here, we'll create a link with the class of read more. Okay, and ultimately that's going to go to post.php, and then it'll have some ID. It'll say like ID equals 1 or something like that. Actually, I'm going to keep this at just one paragraph, just so it's easier to read. Alright, so that's the end of that post. Let's get rid of this paragraph. Alright, so let's save that. Okay, there's our read more link. We want to style that a little bit, so let's go back to custom CSS. We'll go down to the bottom here, and we want to style the read more link as the class of read more. And let's display it as a block. Text align is going to be center. We'll give it a padding of 5 pixels, a background of light gray. Let's see, a margin at the top, a margin of 10 pixels, and the color is going to be a dark gray. And we also want to do a hover state as well. So we'll say dot read more, hover. Alright, and I'm just going to change the background to a slightly darker gray. And color will be the same. And I don't want an underline, so text decoration will be none. Okay, if we reload, there's our read more button. We didn't put one under the second one. Okay. So it's looking good. Let's just change this. I'm going to get rid of this elsewhere block and change the archive to categories. Okay, so if we go down, we'll change this to categories, and we'll just throw in a couple dummy categories. We'll say design, actually not design, news, and let's see, events, tutorials, and miscellaneous. Okay, so there's our categories. I'm going to get rid of this elsewhere module. And then the footer, let's just we'll keep a paragraph, and we'll say PHP Lovers Blog. And we'll just put a fake copyright in here. Alright, so let's take a look at that. There's our categories block. There's our footer. So everything looks good on the home page. So the posts page is going to be basically the same thing. let's see, for this, let's add in our links here. So home is going to go to index.php, and then posts is going to go to post.php. And let's see, yeah, that looks good. Save it. Okay, so it goes to post.php, which we need to create now. So I'm just going to copy everything because it's basically the same thing. For now, it's the same. Once we get into the logic, it will be different because we'll be able to narrow it down by category if we want to, and we'll do some other stuff. So let's just open it for now. Post.php, which is just going to basically be the same thing. I'll change the title. PHP Lovers Blog Posts. Alright, so we'll save that. Now what I want to do is I want to create our header and footer files and include them in our layout. Alright, so if we go to includes, open up header. Alright, so basically if I go to index.php, we want to start at the top, and all the code that's going to be the same on all pages we need to grab. Alright, so I think down to this this class with the call 8 blog main div. Okay, so we'll grab everything from there up, and I'm going to paste that into the header, and then let's just bring this up, and then down at the bottom we can grab from the closing HTML tag to, I'm even going to include the sidebar, to blog main. Okay, so this ending div down, I'm going to cut that, put that into the footer file. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Okay, so now our index.php doesn't have a header and a footer, so it looks like this. So all we need to do is include those files. Alright, so PHP include, and it's in the includes folder / header.php. Alright, and then we're going to just do the same thing at the bottom, except we're going to use footer.php. Okay, so if we save that, there we go. Okay, and I actually should have did this before I did the post page, so I'm just going to copy all this and just replace the post page. Okay, so now if we reload, and we can go to post.php, which right now is the same exact thing right now. Alright, so the last template we need to do is the actual post. Okay, so if we click read more, it goes to post.php. So let's open that up. Post. And we want to put in our header and footer tags. Alright, so let me just paste that in there. Alright. And actually, this is basically going to be kind of the same thing as well. I'm just going to get rid of the second post because it's only going to be one. Alright, and there's not going to be a read more, so I'll get rid of that. And then I'm just going to add in another paragraph because it's supposed to be the whole post, the whole blog post. So let me go right here, put in a paragraph. And this paragraph needs to end, and then this one starts. Alright, so let's check that out. Okay, so let's reload post, and that's our post. Okay, very simple. So that is basically the entire layout for the front end. In the next video, we're going to work on pulling this info from the database. And of course, first we'll create our database along with the tables. So we'll do that next. Hey guys, in this video we're going to create our database with its tables, and we're also going to implement the database library or the database class so that we can easily create queries and run them. Okay, so I'm going to go to PHP MyAdmin, and if you've been following along and you installed XAMPP or XAMPP, then just go to localhost/phpMyAdmin. Alright, and I'm going to go to databases and create a new database. Actually, we already have one named PHP Lovers Blog. So I'm going to, this one I'm just going to call blog. Alright, so we need two tables. The first is going to be the post table. I believe there's 7 fields. Okay, so we're going to have an ID, which is going to be an integer. Max will be 11 characters. And this is going to be our primary key. And it's also going to auto-increment. Alright, next we want the category. Now this is going to be a foreign key field for the categories table with ID row. So they're basically going to be connected. We'll have 11 characters. Okay, next we want the post title, which is going to be a varchar, and we'll put 255 max. Body, for the post body, is going to be text. Okay, we'll leave the length blank. Next we'll have the author. Now, if this was a big production app, chances are you would have an authors or users table that you would link this to. But in this case, it's just going to be text. It's going to be the author's name. It's not going to be a foreign key ID or anything like that. All right, next is tags, which will just be a string, comma-separated values. That can be a varchar 255. And then the last one is going to be a date, and actually a timestamp. And we're going to set the default to current timestamp, which will automatically insert the current time when that record goes into the database. Okay, so that's good. Click Save. Next, we want to create the categories table, which is extremely small. It's only 2 columns. Okay, we're basically just going to have an ID and a name. Okay, ID, integer, it's going to auto-increment, primary key, and then the name is going to be varchar 255. Alright, so that's our entire database. What I want to do now is just insert some records in there just so we have something to experiment with in the front end. Okay, so I'm going to go to Insert. I'm going to click on Categories and Insert. Okay, so the ID is auto-increment, so we're not going to put in an ID. We just need some names. So we'll say News, Events. Actually, that's good, yeah. Okay, News and Events. We'll put 2 more in. Let's put tutorials and miscellaneous. Alright, so we get our categories. Now posts, click on that, click Insert, and category, we'll say 1. Let's just grab the content we have here. Let's see, I'll grab this international conference for the title. The body, let's grab these paragraphs. It's a long paragraph. Okay, so I'll copy that. And you can see that it does have the paragraph tags. Oh, I left one off the end. Okay, I'm just going to copy this because they're all going to have the same body. Okay, author, myself, tags, let's just say PHP News, PHP Event. Okay, the next one, we'll put it in the same category, and this will be PHP 5.6.0 beta released. Okay, so let's put those in. Alright, so now we have four categories, and we have 2 posts that are both in category 1. Okay, so that gives us something to work with. So what we want to do now is we want to create our database class. So let's first go to config. Okay, our config PHP class, and let's create our database credentials and assign them to a constant. A constant is like a variable. It's a placeholder, but the difference is that a constant doesn't change. All right, it's constant. It's always the value that you set it at. All right, and usually set them in some kind of configuration file. Okay, so what we need to do is open up a PHP tag. All right, and we're going to say define. Okay, so we want 2 parameters here. The first is going to be the name of the constant, which I'm going to put db, and typically constants are always uppercase. All right, not typically, pretty much always uppercase. All right, so that's going to be db host, and then we want the value, which we're going to set to localhost. Okay, so we're just going to define all our parameters like this. Okay, the next one we want is db user. Okay, so I'm going to put my MySQL username. Okay, next we'll have db pass, and I'm going to put in my simple password. Okay, and then we're going to have db name, which is going to be the name of the database. In my case is blog. Alright, so that's basically all we're going to have in the config file. But even if you have nothing, it's good to have a configuration file in case you want to set something in the future. Alright, so make sure you save that, and let's open up the database class or library. When I say library or class, I'm talking about the same thing, really. Alright, so now we're going to get into object-oriented programming. Alright, so in object-oriented programming you have what's called a class. I'm going to give you a really quick, very simple example. Build objects. If you're a seasoned PHP developer, then you can just skip through this part. Alright, so I'm going to use an easier analogy as opposed to what we're going to actually be doing. Let's say we have a class called dog. Alright, so in this class we can define properties, also called attributes, of the dog, like its color, what else about a dog? Its breed, alright, its color, its breed, things like that. And then we can also define methods, which are basically functions inside of a class. Alright, so function and method, the word can be used interchangeably. Alright, so a method would be bark, lay down, eat. Alright, so all actions, those would be methods. Alright, so if we want to define a property, then we can say public color. Alright, so the public is an access identifier. Basically, there's three levels. There's public, protected, and private. All right, so public means that even if we're not working from within this dog class and we're in another file or whatever, we can access this color attribute, all right, even from outside the class. If we set it to protected, then we can only access it from this class as well as any classes that it extends, all right, or any classes that extends the dog class, okay, because you can actually do extensions. We could do maybe a class Rottweiler and extend it from this class of dog. And if this is protected, then we'd be able to use color inside of the Rottweiler class as well. All right, and then the last one is private. Okay, so if it's private, you can't access it from outside, and you can't even access it from a class that is extended from dog. All right, so we wouldn't even be able to use this in the Rottweiler class. All right, I hope that makes sense. And when you define them, you can do this, what we're doing here. I'm actually going to keep this at private because, actually no I'm not, we need this public. Alright, so you could also say public equals, if you want to set a default, red. Alright, although I haven't seen too many red dogs. Alright, so that's a property. Okay, so the next thing we can assign is methods. Okay, so we can say public function bark. Alright, so this function, I guess we could say echo bark. Okay. Can't type today. Alright, so we have a class of dog, and we can set its color, and we can make it bark. Alright, so this is a really stupid example, but it's a really simple example. Alright, now, with just this code here, it's not going to do anything. We're just defining a class. To use it, we could most likely be in another file. We're not going to use it from inside the class file. This is basically just the library where we define stuff. We'd use it in another file. And to use it, you'd have to include this database file, or dog, whatever this is, and then I don't need the PHP tags. You could create a variable called dog, and you can set that to new dog. Alright, so this is what this is doing, is assigning this variable a dog object from your class. Alright, and now that you have that object in that variable, you can call its properties or its methods. Alright, so we could say dog color equals black. Okay, and this is what you'll use to access the properties and methods. You use this little arrow. Okay, and then we could make it bark. We could say dog bark. Okay, and that would just echo out bark. So that's just a really simple example that I wanted to throw out there. Classes, properties, methods, objects. Okay, so those are the basic four aspects of this that you should know. Alright, so let's create our real class. Alright, so we're going to say class database, and we're going to have a few properties here. So we're going to have public host, public username, public password, and if you can recognize this list, we just created the constants that hold the actual values for these variables. Let's say db name, and we're actually going to set those up here as well. So db host, host is going to be equal to our db host constant, and you could just as well put the actual value inside of here, but it's not very good practice to do that, at least in my opinion. So we're just including the constants in this file for the values. So username will be db user, and the password will be db pass. All right, and then the db name. All right. So we're going to need a few other properties here as well. We'll say public DB, and basically this is going to be a database handler. I'm sorry, no, we don't need that. We don't need public DB. We need a link. Okay, so the link is going to represent the MySQLi object, which I'll explain in a little bit. All right, and then I believe that's it. Oh, we're also going to have an error property for giving errors. All right, so that's it for the properties. Next, we want our methods. So in a class, you have something called a constructor, and a constructor is basically, it's a function that runs when you instantiate the class. All right, so if we have something in another file and we say db equals new database, just by instantiating it like this, we're going to call a constructor if we have one. All right, every other function you have to actually call. You'd have to say like db connect or something like that, but the constructor, it just calls automatically when you create the object. Okay, so we're going to create a constructor. So public function, and it has to be formatted like this. You need 2 underscores and then the word construct. Okay, so that's a constructor in PHP. All right, and what we want to do in this constructor is assign these variables to our class using this. Okay, so we're going to say this host is equal to host. Actually, we need to pass these values in. All these credentials we need to pass in here. Okay, host, username, password, db name, and then we're just going to assign this host to host and this username to username. And the reason we do this is so we can access these from our entire class. Okay, they become class properties instead of just properties of this function. Okay, so this password is going to equal password. This db name equals db name. Alright, and I just like to format this a little bit. Alright, so there's one more thing we want to do here, and that is call the connect function, which we're going to create. And we can call it using this. Alright, so whenever you want to, if you're in a function in the class and you want to call another function from this class, you use this. Same thing with the properties. Okay, so this is a very important keyword. Alright, so let's create the connect. Actually, let's add some comments here. Okay, so class constructor. Call this connector. Actually, you know what? This is going to be a private function because we're calling it from within our class. Okay, we're calling it here. We're not going to be calling this from any other file. Okay, so we're going to use private function connect. Alright, now what we're going to do is assign this link to our connection. Alright, so we want to say new MySQLi. Okay, so this is the MySQLi API. Basically, this is just to connect. So we're going to pass in this host and this username. Password and this DB name. Okay, so we'll pass those in. And then we're going to make sure that we are connected. So we're going to do an if statement here. And basically we're just going to say if not this link. Okay, so if this link is not true, alright, if we connect here, then this link is going to be true. So we're going to say if it's false, then this error equals, and we're just going to put in an error string. We'll say connection failed, and then we can actually pass in we can say this link connect error, and this will give us the actual error, the actual MySQL error. Okay, and then of course we want to return false. So that's our connect class. I'm sorry, our connect function. So what I want to do now is actually try to connect. Alright, so I'm going to save this and go to my index PHP, and we need to first of all include the database class or file. So up at the top here, we're going to include libraries / database.php. Alright, so let's just make sure that includes okay. Alright, now it's not going to do anything until we actually create a database object. Alright, so I'm going to open a separate block down here, PHP block, and I'm going to create DB object. Alright, and like I showed you, we're going to have a variable which is going to be equal to new database. Alright, so we don't have to pass anything in here because we're actually, hold on a second, we made a mistake here. We do not need to do this. We can do this if we want to pass in all our parameters in the file here. Alright, so if we want to put all those in here, but I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to get rid of this. And this. And all we need is the connect function because those properties are already being set up here. I don't know why I did that. Alright, so that should at least give us an error if we're not connecting. Let's see, use of, we need to include our config file as well. Okay, so config should be at the very top. Alright, so we don't have an error. Now to test this, we want to go in our database class. Actually, we'll go in our config, and let's just mess up this password. Okay, so I'll throw a character in there to trip it up. And now if we reload, we now get access denied for root at localhost. So it's not connecting now. Alright, so we know that if we have the correct password and we don't get an error, then we're connected. Alright? So now what we need to do is write a couple more functions or methods, whatever you want to call them, and then we can use it. We can use the database object. So let's create the, we're going to create the select method, okay, to select from our database. Alright, so we're going to say public function select. Alright, now this is going to take in our query. Alright, and then what we're going to do is create a result variable, which is going to be equal to this link. Alright, this link is basically referring to our MySQLi object. Okay, so whatever we would do with this, we can do with this. Alright, so we're going to say this link query, which is basically like saying MySQLi query, and we're going to pass in the query that we pass in from the object, and then we're going to say or die. Okay, I know that's kind of violent, but it's going to die. Alright, and when it dies, we want to get a message of what happened, and we can do that like this. So error, and then line. Okay, so this should look familiar. We did this kind of stuff back in the quiz project. Alright, so we have that result. Now we're going to say if, we'll say if result num rows is greater than 0. Alright, so basically this returns how many rows it finds from the query. If we say select, let's select all from users, and then this would return however many users were found. Okay, so basically however many users are in that table. Alright, and if it's greater than 0, then we're just going to return our result. Okay, so then we can access that from outside. We're also going to put an else, and if there are no rows returned, then we're going to return false. Alright, so very simple. If you look at some database classes, whether it's MySQLi or PDO, they get really, really complicated. This is a very, very simple database class. Okay, so just know that they're usually a lot more in depth than this. Okay, so that's our select method. Now let's create our insert. Just put in some comments, make it look nice. Okay, insert is also going to take in a query variable, and basically we're going to say insert underscore row equals this link query. Okay, so I'm actually just going to grab this . Alright, and we want to validate the insert. So we're going to say if insert row. Okay, so if the row did in fact get inserted, then what do we want to do? What I'm going to want to do is just redirect. Alright, we want to redirect to the index page, well, the admin index page. These classes here, insert and our update class, are only going to be accessible through the admin area. Okay, so what we're going to do is just redirect. So we use the header function. Alright, so header location is going to be index.php. Now, when we're redirected after we insert it, we want to have a message displayed. Alright, and there's a few things you can do to achieve that. What I'm going to do is just include a get variable inside of the URL. Alright, so we'll just have something like MSG equals no, say record added. Alright, so then when we're actually redirected, actually let's just URL encode this. Okay, so we're just going to use PHP to call a function called URL encode. Yeah, that's right. Alright. URL encode. Actually, you know what? Let's make these outer quotes double quotes. And then right here we need a dot. Alright, yeah, so that should encode this correctly. Alright, so when we're redirected, we'll have that variable that we can grab and we can print that out on the screen. Alright, so if the row doesn't insert, then we're just going to basically die and call an error. Okay, so I'm going to just throw this in here. Alright, something's still not right with this string here. I think we just want to get rid of this quote in this period. Alright. So, yeah, so if it doesn't insert, then we're just going to die and it's going to give us an error. Okay, so that's basically it for the insert. Update is going to be pretty similar, so I'm just going to copy this. Update. Okay, so update query, I'm going to change this to update row. It's going to call the query, and then we're going to validate it. And then for the message, we'll just say record updated. Alright, so actually after these headers, we just want to put an exit. Okay, and then the delete function, also very similar, so I'm just going to copy this. Okay, delete. So you can see this is a really simple database class. So that should be it, at least for now. We have select, insert, update, and delete. Alright, so if we need more later on, if we need to get the total or something like that from the database, we can add that as well. Alright, so I'm going to save that. And I'm going to end the video here, and then in the next one, we will test this out. Alright, so now that we have our database class set up, now we're going to use it, and we're going to use it to get the posts and the categories from our database into our index page. Alright, so right now I'm in the index PHP page, and we've already created a database object just because in the last video we just wanted to test it. So we're going to leave this here, and what we want to do now is create our query. Okay, and we can put this into a variable called query. Alright. We want to select all from posts. Alright, so we'll start with that. It's just going to select all of our posts. And let me make sure that we are in PHP My Admin just so we can see what's going on. Alright, so posts. And we have 2 posts in the table. Alright, so we're going to select them all, and then we want to run the query. Alright, so we're going to say posts is equal to db select, and then we're going to pass in our query. Alright, you could just as well have put this select, you could put the actual query here, but I like to just put it in a variable and then pass it in. Alright, so this should give us our results. So now we can use this post variable. Alright, so down here, we want to first check and see if there are any posts. Alright, so we'll do an if statement. Alright, we're going to say if posts, then we're going to run all this. Down here, actually before the include, yeah, we'll say PHP else PHP end if. Alright, so if there aren't any posts, then let's just give them a message saying there are no posts yet. Alright, so it's not going to pull in the info yet, but let's just see if we get any errors or anything. Alright, so no errors, which is good. And since we're not seeing there are no posts yet, means that it's actually grabbing something. But now we need to actually insert it into our HTML. Alright, so what we want to do is create a loop. Alright, so we're going to say while, we're going to use a while loop, and let's just end it down here. Actually, we'll end it here. Alright, so we can actually get rid of this because we only need, this is going to be a loop. So if there's two posts in the post table, it's going to spit this out twice. So we want to get rid of this one, this static. Alright, now first of all, let's get the title. Well, actually we have to put in our parameters for our while loop. Okay, so we're going to say row. I'm going to create a variable named row, and it's going to be equal to posts fetch underscore assoc. Alright, so this is going to get an associative array with the results. Okay, so I'm going to replace the title with PHP echo row title. Okay, and then we want to end our PHP. Okay, so that's going to grab the title. So we can basically get any of these fields. Alright, so let's do the body. Okay, let me just copy this right here. Okay, and I'm going to replace this body text Okay, so I'm going to replace that with our body row. Okay, and let's just test that out. Alright, so now it should be getting pulled from the database, and we can easily test that. Let's go to our database, and in the post table, we'll change the title here, International PHP Conference. Let's just change this to a 13 just to make sure that it's being pulled in. Alright, so now we see it's changed to 13. Alright, so let's just change that back. So everything's good. We're grabbing it from the database. Okay, now we just got to finish the dynamic parts of the page. Alright, so we're going to do the date. So we have the date right here. So let's just paste in or type in echo row date, and then here we want the author. Alright, so we'll check that out. Okay, so it's being pulled in, but you can see this date isn't very friendly. Alright, so what I want to do is create our first helper function, and we're going to call it format date, and it's going to make this date look a little better. Alright, so let's go ahead and open that. It's in our helpers, format helper, and we're just going to write a simple function here. Why this keeps putting that function in when I type PHP. Alright, so let's do a little commenting here. Format the date. So function format underscore date. Actually, let's use camel case. And this is going to be past a date, and then we're simply going to return the date function. Okay, PHP has a date function, and the first parameter we can use to format it. All right, so I'm going to use FJ Y comma GIA. All right, and this formatting you can easily find at the PHP.net website. And then the next one is going to be our date, but we're going to wrap it in the string to time function. So str to time. All right, and that should be all we need. So let's save that, and we want to make sure that we include this file. Alright, so I'm just going to include it in the index file. Okay, so this is in helpers, and format helper. Alright, so let's check that out. Oh, we didn't wrap the date. In the actual in the index page, we need to wrap this date row in that function. Okay, so format date. Okay, so now you can see we have a much cleaner looking date. Alright, and like I said, you can go to php.net and just search for the date function, and it'll give you a bunch of formatting options. Alright, so I want to write another helper function for the body. This is the index page, so I don't want the entire body to be shown because it's just too much scrolling. Alright, so we're going to write a function to shorten the text. Alright, so let's go back to our format helper, and we're going to create another function. And we're going to call this shorten text. Okay, and we're going to pass in two parameters here. Of course, we need the text, and then we want the amount of characters. So I'm going to say chars equals, and I'm going to give it a default of 450. Okay, so if this isn't passed in, it's going to be 450. All right, so we're going to say text is equal to text. Okay, so we're going to just put a space after the text, and then we're going to say text equals substring text 0, and then the amount that we want, which is our chars variable. Right? And then we need to do text equals substring again. Text str position, and then I'm going to explain this in a minute. I'm going to pass in text. Okay, and then text. And then we want to return text. Alright, so this substring function, what this does is it returns part of a string, and it takes a few parameters. The first one is the actual text that we're passing into the function. The next one is the start position, alright, and we want this to start at the beginning, so 0, and then we have the length, which is going to be our chars variable. If they don't put in that parameter, it's going to be 450 by default. Then what we're doing is basically making it so the text doesn't get cut off in the middle of a word. Alright, so we're using this again. We're using the string position function. And what that does, it finds the position of the first occurrence of a substring in a string. Alright, so basically it's going to find where there's a space, because we know that means that the word has ended if there's a space, and then we're basically going to stop it there, and then we're going to add on these 3 dots just to let the user know that they can click and it'll show more text. Alright, so let's save that, and we got to go ahead and wrap that around the body. Okay, so right here we can say shorten text. Alright, and I'm just going to leave the chars as is. We could enter it here. We could say 500 here if we want. We're just going to leave it, and let's save it and check it out. Alright, so something's not right. Oh, actually this strPOS function should be strrPOS. There we go. So you can see now it's only showing 450 characters. Alright, so we're almost done with this page. If we click read more, you can see that it goes to basically just the static post.php page. That's fine for now. The link is correct that it goes to. Actually, no, it's not. We have a static 1. Okay, so right here we have a static 1. We want this to be the ID of the current post of that current iteration. So I'm going to copy this here and just throw that in like this and change this title to ID. That way we get the ID for the post. And we want to URL encode this. So URL encode. Alright, so that'll basically make it safe for the URL to put it in there. And I think this is pretty much done. Alright, let's save that and make sure the links go where they're supposed to. You can see in the bottom left there it goes to ID 1, and then this one, hover over, it goes to ID 2. Alright, so everything's correct. Alright, so now what I want to do is work on this sidebar over here. So we want the categories to actually pull the categories from the database, because right now this is just a static list. Alright, and then the about text I actually want to put inside of the config file so that it's easy to go ahead and change when the user wants to. Alright, so let's go ahead and the sidebar content is actually in our footer file. Alright, so if we go to includes footer, you can see we have that categories list, as well as that about text. So let's go to the index page and just do a query to get the categories, which is going to be very simple to what we did with the posts. So I'm actually going to just copy this. Okay, except we want to select all from categories. Alright, and then we're going to assign the categories variable. Alright, so that's going to select all the categories, and then this variable is going to be available to us in the footer file. We're actually, because we're including it down here, so this will be available to us. So let's save that, go to footer, and we are going to do a loop just like we did with the posts. Alright, so first we're going to check for the categories, so we'll say if categories and then down here we'll say PHP else, and if there's no categories we'll say there are no categories yet. Alright, now in here what we want to do is go inside the list. In this case it's an OL tag, and we're just going to do a loop, PHP while and we're only going to need one line because it's just going to repeat it. So we can PHP end while. Alright, we can get rid of this. Okay, and then we can echo. Actually, we need to put our parameters here. So row is equal to categories fetch underscore assoc. Alright, and then here PHP echo row and we want the category, I believe it's name. Let's just double check. Categories, alright, yeah, name. Alright, let's just see if that works. Alright, so it looks like, let's see, we have news, events, tutorials, miscellaneous. Alright, so let's go ahead and change something here. Let's change events to, let's say, PHP events. Alright, so that's being pulled in, which is good. That's what we want. So for the about, let's go ahead and copy this text and let's put it in our config file. Alright, so I'm going to define a variable, not a constant, because this can be changed. So we'll say about. Okay, we'll put that in there. Actually, let's make this site description. Whoops. Site description. Alright, and then we just want to paste that in the footer. We'll put it in the paragraph tags. Go site description. Okay, save that. and there it is. Alright, so everything is now dynamic. So what I want to do now real quick is when we click on read more, we need it to go to that post. Alright, so for this one, if we click read more, it goes to the wrong page. It just goes to our static post.php. Alright, so let's open that post PHP up. Alright, so we just have a bunch of static text here. Okay, we're basically going to do the same thing that we just did with the posts page. Okay, so right here, we need to make sure we include all our files. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing this in every page, I'm going to cut this out and I'm going to put it in the header file so that it's automatically included with all our pages. So let's go to includes, header, and paste that in. Okay, so let's just make sure that it's working. Alright, class database not found on line 3. Oh, we're including, oh, we cut the actual header out. Alright, let's go back to header. Where is it? I must have closed it. This here, header. I'm going to cut that out. Put that up here. Okay, so that should work. Alright. Alright, so let's go back to post. We can close header for now. Alright, and we're going to do our... Actually, let's go ahead and copy from the index page. Copy this. Alright, so we want to create a database object, and what we're going to do is change this query up. We're going to say select all from posts where we're going to say where ID equals, and I'm going to concatenate a variable called ID, which we haven't created yet. Now this ID, we want it to be pulled from the URL. Okay, so post.php ID equals 1. Alright, we want to get this and insert it into our where statement. I'm sorry, our select statement in the where clause. Alright, and we can easily get this with the get superglobal variable. Alright, so here let's say ID is equal to get ID. Okay, so now it's going to get it from the URL, it's going to insert it in here, and then run query. We want to change this to post because we're only getting one post. Alright, we're going to leave the categories here because we're going to have the sidebar on this page as well. And then down here, we can simply, we don't need to use a loop because it's only a single row. Alright, so you can just say PHP echo post title. Okay, and we'll do the rest. Actually, let me just copy from our index page because we basically have the same format. Yeah, it's the same thing really, so let me just copy this. Paste that in there, and all I want to do is now change these row to post. Alright, so I think that's good. Let's go ahead and check this out. If we reload this, cannot use object type MySQLi result as array. Alright, so I forgot to use the fetch assoc method. Alright, so we just want to add that onto our post variable, or post value. So we're just going to say fetch assoc. Okay, so if we reload, alright, so now we have this. Now, this is obviously the full post, so we don't want this read more, and we also don't want to cut this paragraph using that shorten text function. So we're going to get rid of this shorten text and just put it in the whole body. Alright, and then also we want to get rid of this read more. Alright, and that should do it. There we go. Alright, so let's make sure if we go back and go down to our second post, click read more. Alright, so now we're getting the correct post because it's getting it from this ID. So that's perfect. Alright, so we have one thing left to do, and that is the all posts page, which goes to posts.php. Right now it's all static text, and basically it's going to do the same thing that it does on the home page. It's going to give us a list of posts, but I want the option to say category equals 2, alright, something like that, and then narrow the post down by category. Alright, so what we're going to do is open up posts.php, and I'm going to copy everything from our index page into post.php. Alright, so if we save that and go to all posts, okay, so we have the same thing as the home page. I want to be able to click on these categories and have it filtered through the URL, and right now they're just going to post.php. We want to add to that link, so let's go to footer.php where those categories are, and we're going to change this link to post.php, and we're going to add on category equals, and then we want the ID of the category. So I'm going to copy this, paste it right here, and then change name to ID. Okay, so we'll save that, and now if we reload and we hover over categories, you can see in the top left, in the bottom left, it has the category ID. All right, so let's go to posts.php, and up here we're going to get that ID value. All right, so we will check URL for category. All right, so we'll say if is set get category. Okay, so this will get that value out of the URL. If that is set, then we're going to set category equal to get category. Okay, so now we can use this variable here. And if it's set, we want to change up our query to say select all from posts where category equals category. So let's take this one, this select all post query, and cut that. Okay, we're going to put that not there, we want an else. Okay, so if there is no category specified, we want to do what we've been doing, okay, which is just select all posts. If there is, then we want to change this query to select from posts where category is equal to category. Okay, so that should be it. If we save that and reload, undefined variable db. Well, we have to actually move this. we need to move that above those queries. Alright. Alright, so if we click on News, we get our 2 posts. If we click on Events, there are no posts, Tutorials, no posts, and Miscellaneous, no posts. So let's go ahead and change one of those categories. Okay, so if we go to PHP MyAdmin, and let's go to our post table and change, we want to change the conference one, change the category to 2, alright, which is Events. Now if we go and we click on News, we get 1 post. Click on Events, we get our Events post. Alright, so we finished all of the select queries for the front end. Alright, so now we'll start to get into the admin area where we can actually edit and add posts. Alright, so the front end of our blog app is complete. So now we just want a very simple area to view, add, and edit blog posts. Alright, so we're going to do that in the admin subfolder. Okay, so right now I have /admin/index.php, which is totally blank. Alright, and since the last video, I've installed on Notepad++, I've installed the Explorer so that we can easily access folders here, files and folders here instead of through Windows Explorer. And if you want to do that, you go to Plugins, Plugin Manager, Show Plugin Manager, and go to Explorer. I don't have it here because I already have it installed, but you want to check it, click Install, and then just go to Plugins, Explorer, and click on Explorer. And this will show up and you can navigate to your directory. Alright, so let's go ahead and open up the index inside of the admin folder, the index page. Alright, so what I'm going to do is copy our front end layout to start with. Alright, so we want to go to header, and basically I'm going to copy all this, paste that in there, and then let's see, we'll do content here. Alright, and then we'll grab the footer. Okay, now I'm going to close those out. Okay, so now that we're in our admin index page, let's go ahead and change some things. We'll change the title. And we're going to use the same CSS files because it's basically going to be the same template. We're just going to get rid of the logo and some other things, the sidebar, things like that. So we want to point to our Bootstrap CSS file, but now that we're in the admin directory, we need to go back. So we'll do a // same thing with the custom CSS. Alright, so now that should be included. And basically I also want to include all these files, but again we're going to have to go back one. Oops. // Okay, so let's just sidebar we don't want, so I'm going to actually just get rid of from here down to here. Okay, so we want to get rid of that. That's the entire sidebar. And then up here we want to change up the links So home, this will be, we'll say dashboard. Alright, and then we're going to have an add post link. Okay, and we also want an add category link. And then I just want a link to visit the front end. So we'll say visit blog. Alright, and I want this visit blog link to be floated to the right, so I'm going to use the Bootstrap class pull right. Alright, so now let's add the links. So this will go to http localhost/php lovers blog, and then the category, we're going to go to add category, and then here we're going to go to add post.php. Dashboard, we'll go to index of the admin folder, of course, and that's it. And then down here, blog header, I want to get rid of the logo. Basically, I'm going to get rid of all this, and the blog header is just going to be an H2 tag, and it will say admin area. Alright, so, and then down here, since we don't have a sidebar, we're using the Bootstrap grid, so we want to change this to from 8 columns to a full page, which is 12 columns. Alright, so that'll get rid of the sidebar. And let's save that. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Looks good. Now what we're going to do is we're still going to use includes. We're going to have our own header and footer for the blog. I'm sorry, for the admin area. So I'm going to open that up. I'm going to open up header and footer. Okay, and then for the header, we're going to take from here up. Paste that in the header file, and then we're going to take from here down, cut, and that will go in the footer. And let's also change this JavaScript. We need ... Save that. Alright, and then in the index page, we want to simply include our header and footer. So include / header.php. And footer. Okay, so save it. Should still look the same. Good. Alright, so for the index page, we want to have a table of all posts, and then under it a table of categories, so we can easily access what we want to edit. So we're going to go to get Bootstrap, and we're going to get the HTML for a table. Tables, and I want the striped rows, so I'm just going to copy this here, and let's paste that in. Alright, now let's create our table headings. So we want a table row, and then a table head, and this is going to say post ID. And then the next one will be the post title. And then the category. Author. And the date. Okay, so that's our headings. Now we'll create the columns. Let me just copy this here. And these are all going to be replaced with TD. Tedious. Alright, so let me get rid of these. I'm not going to put anything in here for now. I'm not going to put any static text or anything. Alright, so that's basically our shell. And then I think that's really it for our post table. Alright, so let's copy this. And now we want our categories table. Okay, so this is basically only going to have two fields. We'll have category ID and category name. So we can get rid of these. We need two of these as well. Alright, so it's not going to look like much. Let's go ahead. So now we have nicely formatted table headings. Alright, so obviously we need to pull our data from the database to fill these tables, but that's good for now. So now let's create the add post. Alright, so let's go back to Notepad and I'm going to go to add post.php, and we want to make sure we include our header and footer. Alright, and we're going to have a form here, obviously, so we'll go to get Bootstrap and go to Forms, and I'm just going to copy this for now. Okay, and we'll go ahead and post that in here. Alright, now we're going to have to change some stuff up here. For the form tag, we're going to do method is going to be post, and action action is going to be this file, so add underscore post.php. Alright, now the first field we want is our post title, so we're just going to change up a bunch of things here. We don't need this label for, and for input is going to be type of text, and it's not going to have an ID, we don't need that. Placeholder, we'll say enter, we'll just say enter title. Okay, so there's our first field. I'm going to get rid of the rest of these, this password and these file inputs. I just want to keep the submit button. Okay, and I'm going to say button type submit, looks good. We want to give it a name as well, so we can make sure that it's submitted. So name is going to be submit. Alright, and the post title, we also need a name. When we're dealing with posts, post variables, you need to have a name. That's how it identifies the field. So this is going to be just called title. Alright, so I'm going to copy this and paste in a few things. Okay, so that we're going to have the title. Next will be the body. Except the body is not going to be an input, it's going to be a text area. Okay, so text area, and it's going to have a name of body. And I think that's it. We got to give it the form control class as well. And we'll give it a placeholder. The form control and stuff, it's just for Bootstrap. It's just for strictly formatting issues. enter post body. Alright, so that looks good. Okay, the next thing we want is the category select. Alright, so we want to get a select. If we go to Bootstrap, we should have an example. Alright, so basically it's just a select with the class of form control. So I'm going to replace this input. Alright, so select, we're going to have a name, which is going to be category. Alright, and then we'll have our options, which are going to be dynamically selected from the database. Okay, for now I'm just going to put news, events, and that's fine. Alright, so we have title, body, category. Now we want an author. I'm going to copy this first field. You want to get the divs too, the form group div, so we can get the correct formatting. Actually, I didn't need to copy that. I have one here. Alright, so this is going to be author. The name is going to be author. And let's see, placeholder. We'll say enter author name. Alright, and that should be it. And we also have the tags field. So I'm going to copy this. Tags. The name is also tags. And we'll say enter tags. Alright, so that looks good. We have the submit button, and I also want to have a cancel button to go back. So this is going to go to just index.php. And we want to give this a class. We want to give it the Bootstrap button class, so it looks like a button. Class equals, I think it's btn, and then we have btn/default. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, so there's our form. I'm going to add a line break under these buttons. Actually, you know what, we want this displayed as a block, so I'm just going to put in I'm just going to wrap the buttons in the div. Actually, this should be above the submit button. Okay. There we go. Alright, so that's our add form. Alright, so the edit post page is basically going to be the same thing, except we're going to fill it in with the value of that particular post. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up edit post, and for now we're just going to have the same thing as add post. Alright, so save that. And then we have edit category. Well, actually we'll do add category now, which is really easy. I'm going to grab a form again. Alright, so this will be method post, and the action is going to be where it's submitted to, which is going to be this page. Alright, and we want basically just a category name. Type will be text. Alright, we're going to put in a name here. The name will be name. We don't need an ID. Placeholder, we'll just say enter category. And that's it, really. I can get rid of the rest of these. The submit button, we're going to give a name of submit. Alright, so let's check that out. Oh, we need to include the header and footer. Alright. Okay, so that looks good. Let's wrap the submit button in a div again. Alright, and I'm going to add the same thing to the edit category page. Okay, and we just want to change these actions to edit. Okay, same thing with the edit post. Alright. And actually the edit pages, I need to add one thing. I need to add a delete button. So inside of, where is it, edit post, down at the bottom, after the cancel button, we're going to have a delete button. I'm going to copy this code here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change the button. I like to use input instead. Okay, and we want to get rid of the ending tag. Alright, and then inside here we'll say value equals submit. Alright. I mean, we could use button. I just prefer the submit. I'm sorry, the input. So I'm going to copy that and put that in all our forms. Alright, so in the edit post, this is also, the delete button is also going to be an input. Okay, the name, it will be delete though. Delete, and then I'm going to change the class from button default to button danger, and that's just going to make it red. And the value, which will be the text that the button displays, is going to say delete. Okay, so I'm going to copy this whole thing, and we want to put this in edit category as well. We also want the select, which we didn't put here. I'm sorry, the cancel. Just make sure they all have the cancel. Alright, let's check that out. Okay, so add category, add posts has cancel. We don't have an edit form we can see yet because we don't have anything tied to this. We need our post to show up. But the UI is now complete, and next we'll be fetching our posts, much like we did in the front end, except we want them to display in the admin area. Alright, so we have our admin interface complete as far as the display. What we need to do now is connect to our database class and pull in the posts and categories and put them right into our dashboard so we can click on them and edit them, and we can just see the information for posts and categories. Alright, so we're going to go to our index.php file. Just make sure that it's the index.php under your admin, okay, in your admin folder. Alright, so what we're going to do is pretty much what we did in the front end. We're going to basically get a database object. Alright, so we're going to say db is equal to new database. Let's just save that, make sure that it's connected. Alright. So we want to get the posts. Alright, so we're going to do pretty much the exact same thing that we did. We're going to say posts, we want to say post plural is equal to db select, and we have to create a query as well, so let's do that here. Alright, so the query is going to be select all from posts. Okay, so that creates the query. This will run the query. Alright, so then we'll have this post variable that we can work with. So down here we're gonna what we're gonna do is do a while loop. Alright, so we're gonna say PHP while, and we only need one of these TDs. Alright, and in here we're going to say while row is equal to posts fetch soc, and then in here we can use that row array. Alright, so we want actually, I'm sorry, we do need those column, those TD tags. Okay, so the first one is going to be the ID. So we want to echo out row ID. Alright, now I'm just going to copy and paste this. Alright, I think that's one too many. Okay, so ID, then the next one we want is the title. Alright, and then we want the category. And actually, we're not going to use category. We're going to use the category name field. Now, what we're going to do here is I actually need to add to this because we're going to be doing more than just selecting all from posts. We need to join in the categories table so we can actually get the category name, because if we just select from posts and we have row category like I just had, it's only going to give us the category ID. Alright, and I don't want the ID, I want the actual category name to show up. Alright, so we're going to do a join, okay, but we'll do that after we finish this. Okay, so next we're going to have the author, and then we're going to have the date. Alright, and we're going to wrap the date inside of our format function. So format date. Alright, so that looks good. And the title is going to have a link to the post, the single post form where you can actually edit the post. Alright, so we're going to say A. Alright, so this is going to go to edit post.php, and then the ID will be equal to the post ID. So I'm actually going to copy this right here and put that right in there. Alright, so if we save this and reload, you can see that we have a couple issues here. This one is because we haven't joined in the categories table yet, and there's no name field inside of the post table. Alright, we need to actually say join in the category table. And then this over here, undefined index name on line 23. Oh, well, that's the same thing. Yeah, oh, they're the same error. Alright. So let's just add that join to our select statement. Alright, so select all from posts, and then we're going to say inner join categories on, and then we want to link the primary key of the categories table, which is ID, to the foreign key of category in our post table. All right, so we're going to say on posts dot category. I think it's category, or is it category ID? All right, yeah, category. So basically, this column we want to kind of link to. One second. We want to link to the categories ID column. Okay, so post.category and categories.id. All right. And we don't want to select all I want to select from the categories table is the name. So what we're going to do is say select post.all. Okay, so we want everything from post, and then categories.name. Okay, so let's save that and see if it gives us any issues. All right. Okay, it's pulling. Oh, I think we just have the formatting set up differently. TH table row. Oh, all right. We need to have the table row tags inside of the loop. Okay, not outside, because that's just messing everything up. Okay, so we just want to make sure we put the TR inside of the loop. Okay, we'll indent these. Alright, there we go. Perfect. So now you can see that it's bringing in the category name, which is in the categories table, not the post table. It's because we joined them together that we can actually get that. Alright, and if you look at the link at the bottom, you can see that it goes to edit post and it tacks on the ID. Alright, so then when we're in that the edit post page, we can actually grab the data from whichever post we click on. Alright, right now it's going to the correct place, but we haven't pulled in any of the info yet. Alright, to put in here. So let's do that. Let's do that right now. Actually, you know what? Let's do the categories first, just so we can get the index page out of the way. We're going to do pretty much the same thing. Alright, I can actually grab it from the other file from the front end. If I go to the index page on the front end, I'm just going to grab this. Okay, so that'll get all the categories, and then basically we just want to loop through, just like we did here. I'm actually going to just copy this, paste it here, except we want to change this to categories, and then take off 3 of these because all there is the ID and the name. So the row ID we can leave, and then the category is going to be, I'm sorry, the field here is going to be name. And we want to go to, the link is going to go to edit category, PHP. Alright, so let's give that a shot. Alright, so there's our categories. Alright, so our main dashboard page is complete. So let's go ahead and edit the edit post page. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open that up. Alright, now what we're going to do here, we're not going to actually write the code to insert it into the database yet. All I want to do is grab in the values to fill in, okay, to pre-fill the form. Alright, so I'm going to actually borrow some code from the front end post.php, and I'm just going to grab this whole block right here and paste that in. So it's going to get the ID from the URL. We're going to create a database object. We're going to select all from posts where ID equals ID. Okay, that's good. Post, we're going to get the single row, so basically just the one post. Categories, we still need this because we need to populate the drop down of categories, so all of this is correct. So let's insert the post title. So we want to put it in the value field, which we don't have yet, so we'll create a value attribute, and then in that we're going to echo post title. Alright, so if we save this, we should now get the title. Okay, so we get our title. Let's click on the other one just to make sure. Okay, so there's the title. Next we'll do the post body. Alright, so that's a text area. So we need to put that in the middle of the text area tags. Alright, the category, basically we want to populate the option field with our categories. So we'll say PHP while, actually I'm not going to do that, I'm going to do this. Alright, so we're going to say while row equals categories, fetch assoc, then we're going to echo out the category names. Name. Alright, let's see what we got so far. So there's our post body. We do have HTML in here. You could do checks if you want to disable HTML, but I mean normally you'd have an admin user that has a login, so usually you would allow HTML if it's an admin entering the data. Alright, so on the category, now it's pulling in the categories from the database. But what we need to do is make sure that when we visit edit post that the correct category is highlighted. Alright, so for instance, if we go into this PHP, this PHP conference, you can see it's in the PHP events category. But if I click it, the news shows up because that's the first one. So we need a condition that says if the post category is equal to any of these, then display whichever one it's equal to. Alright, so let's do that. So here we're going to say PHP if All right, now to select, I'm sure you know this, but to have an option selected, all you need to do is add on the selected attribute. Okay, just like this. So we want, if it's equal to the one that's selected, then we want to print out selected. All right, but I'm going to replace this with a variable. Okay, I'm going to say PHP echo, and we're going to create a variable called selected. All right, so we're going to say if, let's see, if row ID is equal to post category, then we're going to have selected will equal the text selected. And I guess we should have an else. So we'll have an else here as well. You know what? This is a lot of PHP tags. Let's not do it this way. Let's go. I'm just going to use curly braces. And sorry if that confuses you. So if row ID is equal to post category, then why do I keep doing that? I can't spell selected today. Selected is going to equal the text selected, and then else selected is equal to nothing. I'm sorry, this should be a single equal sign. Alright, and then it'll echo out here. Okay, so let's give that a shot. Reload, and you can see that now PHP Advance is selected. Alright, now for the author and the tags, we're just going to add in the value like we did up here. We'll just take this value and we'll just place that in here. Okay, we want to make sure we change title to author, and then down here we want tags. Okay. Alright, so now we have all of our info pre-filled inside of our edit form. Alright, so everything is being pulled that we need to be pulled. Actually, hold on a second. Alright, so we got to do the same thing with the edit category. We just want to pull in the name. So let's just do that really quick. So we need to go to edit category. Alright, and basically I'm just going to copy this. Alright, now we don't want to we want to select all from categories where ID equals ID, which is going to pull from the URL, and then we're going to assign category, and then down here we'll put in our value. So category name. Alright, so let's check that out. Okay, so now we're getting the name inside of the input box. Alright. Yeah, so this is one more thing I want to do is in the add post form we want the categories pulled in as well, which right now they're just static HTML. So let's do that. Okay, so I'll just grab, let's see, what do I want to grab here? Actually, I'll just take all of this from the edit post form and put it in the add post form. Actually, I don't need all of this. All I need is the categories. So I can get rid of this. Yeah, I can get rid of that. And then in the edit post form, I'm going to copy this, the select field. Paste that there. Okay, so now if I reload add post, undefined indexed ID, line 3. Okay, yeah, we don't need this. Alright, so we have our categories. Alright, so I'm going to stop the video here, and in the next one we'll work on actually processing our forms so we can actually add a post and category. Alright, so in this video we're going to make it so that we can submit posts through our add post form, submit it to our database. Alright, so I'm on the addpost.php page, which is in the admin folder. Alright, and I'm going to open that up in Notepad++. Now what we're going to do is, you can see the form attribute action we have going to add_post.php, which is the file that we're currently in. Alright, so what we need to do is test to see if the form has been submitted. Alright, so what I'm going to do is open up, actually I'm going to do this above this code block. Okay, I'm going to create a new PHP code block. Alright, and to check and see if this form was submitted, we're going to check for the submit button. Okay, and we can access it through its name, which is submit. Alright, and we're going to use the isSet function. So we're going to say if isSet, and we're going to put in post submit. Alright, so we're checking to see if the submit button was clicked. Alright, so let's just test this out. We'll just say die, and we'll give off a message. The submit button was pressed. Alright, so if we save this and we go ahead and reload the add post form, nothing happens. Okay, but if we go ahead and submit the form, it dies and gives us this message. Alright, so that's how we can differentiate which functionality to run, because if we post it, we want stuff to happen. We want to make an insert into the database. If it's not clicked, then obviously we just want to display the form. Alright, so let me get rid of this. And what I want to do next is I want to assign some of the post variables. Alright, so let's get the title. Okay, so this variable is going to be set to post title. Alright, so there's a lot of different things that you can do to, I guess, add security to your script. There's a few different functions and methods you can use. I'm going to use what's called MySQLi real escape string, and what that does is it's going to escape any characters that could be harmful that someone could submit. Alright, so I'm going to wrap this post in that function. Okay, so it's going to be MySQLi real escape string. Okay, and we'll pass this in. Alright, but the first parameter needs to be our connection. Alright, our database connection. So we actually need to move this, the database object, up to the top. And I want to put it so that it's not inside of the if post statement, because we need to access the object down here as well. Alright, so the connection is going to be db link. Alright, now let's just give this a test and echo out title, and then we'll die. Okay. Okay, so let's just put something in here, submit, and we get something. So we're going to get the rest of our post variables. So we got title, we have body, alright, category, author, tags. Alright, so we've assigned all of our variables. What we want to do next is I'm going to do some very simple validation. We don't want the user to be able to submit in empty form, so we're going to have a few required fields. Okay, so we're just going to create an if statement. We're going to say if title is equal to nothing, and let's see, body, we want these fields to be required. Category, and this should be a comma, and author. I'm sorry, these shouldn't be commas. These should be ors. Alright, so you need the double pipes, or. Okay, so, and then we'll do author. Okay, so basically we're saying if title, body, category, or author are empty, then we want to do something. Okay, and what we're going to do is just set an error. And this is just going to say, please fill out all required fields. Alright, and then we're going to say else. Okay, so if these are none of these are empty, then I'm going to create a query, and this is going to be an insert query, so we're going to say insert into posts, and we want to put the columns we want to enter our values in, which will be title, body, category, author, and tags. Alright, and then we're going to say values. Okay, so values, we're going to have title, basically just all our variables, body, category is going to be an integer, so we actually don't need the quotes. Alright, and then we have author and tags. Alright, so that's our query. Now we need to run it. Okay, so I'm actually going to just say insert row equals db query and I think that should do it. The way we have the actually this needs to be db insert. The way we have the class set up, I'm just going to open up the database class and we're calling insert. Alright, so basically it's going to do the query and then it's going to check it, and if it goes through, then it's going to relocate us to the index page along with a message variable. Alright, so let's just give this a try. Okay, I'm just going to say test post. Category, let's say tutorials. Okay, submit unknown column tutorials. Okay, so something's wrong with our query. Okay, so it's getting the category name. We need it to be the category ID. So let's go back, let's go down here in the add post, and for our select, actually, hold on a second here. Alright, so we don't have a value for our option. Alright, so we need to add value, and this needs to be the ID. So PHP echo row ID, because we need to submit the category ID. Alright, so let's do that. Let's go back and try this again. Alright. Wow, I wasn't expecting it to work. I figured we'd have to do a little debugging, but looks good. So now we have our test post. We have the category, the author. If we click on it, it has everything that we just entered. Now what we need is a message saying that the post was submitted. Okay, so you can't see it now because I left the page, but once we were redirected, we had a get variable for a message, something like message post added. Okay, something like that. So we want to grab that and output that to the user after submission. So what we're going to do is I'm going to open up the header. Okay, so this is the admin header. Alright, and down at the bottom here, we want to test and see if the get variable is there. Okay, so we'll say PHP if get. Remember, it's get if it's in the URL. It's post if it's from a form. All right, so get MSG actually, we want to check and see if it's set, so we want to use isSet. Surround that with the isSet function. Okay, so if it's set, then we want to display a div with the class of alert, and then a alert success, I think. That's going to make it green. Yeah. Alright, and then inside of that, we just want to have the actual message. So PHP echo get MSG. Alright, so that'll give us the error. And I want to use a security function around this called HTML entities. And basically it's just going to prevent people from adding harmful tags and stuff like that. Alright, so that should do it. Save that. Alright, so now what I want to do is the same thing we did for add post, but for add category. Alright, so that we can add categories. So I'm going to open that up. And this is going to be very similar, so I'm actually going to copy, let's see, I'm actually going to just copy this whole thing. Okay, I'm going to paste that right here. Alright, so we're checking for the submit button, okay, which is here. And all we want is the name. Alright, so that's really the only variable we need. So we'll get rid of all those. And let's change this to name. Change this to name. Okay, and name is going to be required. We can get rid of all the rest of these. And if it's not, we're going to get the error, and if it is filled in, then we're going to do the query. So into categories, alright, and then we can get rid of all these, and we just want name, and then we can get rid of all these, and we just want name, and then we're going to say update row equals db update. Alright, so save that. And basically, if we look at our database class, okay, just like the insert query, this is going to redirect us, alright, and it's going to also add the MSG variable, which we already have in the header. Okay, the header file is checking for this, and if it has it, it's going to just display it for us. So let's go ahead and try this. If we go to add category, we'll say test category, submit, and we get record updated, and then you can see down here we have test category. Okay, so everything's working pretty good. One thing I want to do is, when we submit something, I want it to be at the top, not down at the bottom. Alright, so all we need to do is change the order inside of our select query. Okay, so let's go to index PHP inside of our admin folder. And in the query, we want to go to the end of it. Alright, and I'm just going to make a new line, and we want to use order space by, and then the name of the field that we want to order by. In this case will be posts dot title. Alright, so we're ordering these, the posts, right now. Alright, now you can also specify if you want it descending or ascending. Alright, so we want to have it descending. Alright, so now our last post will always be up top, and we want to do the same with the categories as well. Okay, so select all from categories, order by name, and we want it descending. Alright. So really, all we have left to do now is update. Alright, so we want to be able to update a post and save it, which will be basically the same exact functionality as the add post. Okay, so let's go to edit post. Do I have it open? Alright, so I'm going to grab the same code from add post where we check for if the submit button was clicked. Alright, I'm going to just get all of that. Alright, and then I'm going to create a new PHP block for this. You don't have to, but I just like to have, basically, each PHP block will have the same relative functionality. Okay, so if it's submitted, we're going to get the variables just like we did with the add post. We're going to do a check on them, and then if all the fields are filled out correctly, we want to run a query, but we don't want insert into posts. We want to change this. I'm just going to delete all that. Alright, so we want to say update posts. Let's see, update posts, and then we want to set we want to set title is going to be equal to title. So let me just put this on a new line. Okay. Title, what else we got? Body. Category. Author. And tags. And we also want to throw in a where clause because we need to tell it which post to update. So I'm going to say where posts. Actually, we don't need that. We can just say where ID is equal to ID. Okay, so we're going to change this insert row to update, and we want to change the method name to update as well. Okay, save that. Alright, so let's try that out. Okay, so test post, let's change the title to test post new. Submit. Alright, so we're getting undefined index ID. Alright, I'm not exactly sure. Edit post on line 3. Okay, so on line 3, we're just getting the get ID. Alright, so I think when we're submitting it, the ID is removed from the URL. So what we need to do is go down to the form and let's add that on to the action value. Okay, so we're going to say ID equals concatenate on the ID. Action. Oh, actually we need to just open up a PHP block right here. Alright, so let's get rid of this. And then right here, we'll say PHP echo ID, which is coming from here. Alright, so let's try that again. Okay, so test post new, submit, record updated. And then you can see, you can't see, it's not here. Record updated. Let's check our database. Okay, so going with the post table. Test post new. Oh, category 0. Alright, so I know why that happened. Where our option for a category, we don't have a value. Okay, so we got to put a value in here, which is going to be the ID of the category. So echo, we want to echo row ID. Alright, so that should give us a value now. I'm going to manually change this in the PHP My Admin just so it shows up. Alright, so you can see that it did change, it's just the category wasn't added. So let's change it again. We'll change it back to test post test. Alright, and we'll even change the category to tutorials. Okay, submit, record updated, test post test, category tutorials. Alright, so that's working beautiful. Now we get to do the same thing with the category. So we want to go to edit, edit category inside of our admin folder. Okay, and let me just copy the code from edit post. Okay, so we just want to get this post block. Paste that in. Okay, so if post submit, the only value we need to get is name, and we're going to get the ID from the get array. Okay, so name, and we can get rid of all these other ones, and we're just going to check for the name. Okay, so if name is equal to nothing, we'll get an error. Okay, so here we're going to say update categories, and we're going to set name to name. Alright, and we can get rid of these, get rid of that comma. Okay, where ID equals ID is fine. Update row, fine. Alright, so let's try that. Let's change the test category to test category 2. Undefined index. Alright, so it looks like, let's see, name is name. Oh, same thing, we need to add it to the action URL. We need to add the ID. So ID equals PHP echo ID, and that should be good. Test category 2, submit. Okay, still we're in edit category, and we're submitting the form to edit category .php ID equals ID. Oh, okay, I think we just need to reload. Alright, so test category 2, submit, record updated. Alright, cool. So now all we have left is to delete. We want to be able to delete records. Okay, so we'll start with the post. Okay, so we want to be able to click this and have it delete. And this should be really easy. Okay, so inside of edit post, we have an input with the name delete. So we're going to check for that just like we check for submit. So I'm just going to copy that. Okay, so if is set post delete. Alright, then call delete method. We'll say, actually we're going to create the query first. So query equals, this is going to be really easy, we're just going to say delete, we want to do delete from posts where ID is equal to, and then we'll concatenate on ID. Alright, and then we just basically want to do the same thing here, except we'll call this delete row, and that's going to be the delete method. Alright, and again the delete method is going to do the same thing. It's going to call a query, and then it's going to redirect us with a message. Alright, so let's reload this and click delete. Record deleted. You can see it's no longer there. Alright, so that's working good. Next we just need to do the category. Okay, so let's just copy this block and paste it in. Okay, delete from, we want to change this to categories, where ID equals ID, and that should be it. We'll go to our test category, delete, and it's deleted. So now we have a fully functional admin area where we can easily add posts, add categories, delete categories. Alright, and we can visit. Looks like I have my link wrong in the admin header file. So visit blog. Oh, I have two colons here, so let's get rid of one of those. Okay, visit blog takes us to the front end. And just to test that we can add a post and it shows up. New post. This is a post. Tags. Okay, so we'll submit. There's our new post in the back end and the front end. Also our new post. One more thing, I just want to make it so our new posts show up at the top, which is very simple. We just need to add an order clause. So on index, we want the front end index. I'm going to close all of these because we're all done with the admin stuff. Okay, so inside of the front end index, we're just going to add on to this query, say order by, we want to do ID, and we want that to be descending. Okay, so now our post is at the top, and we can do the same thing to the post.php file as well. So let's open that up, and order by ID descending. Okay, and we'll also do it up here. Order by ID descending. Alright, so that's it. Our front end and back end is complete. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you in the next project. Alright, so in this project we're basically going to step it up a notch in terms of advanced PHP. Basically this is a relatively simple forum application written in PHP, of course. And basically, a user can come to the site and create an account. All right, so we're going to have full registration functionality. All right, they can enter all their details, a username, a password, and they can upload their own avatar and also a little about me blurb. Okay, so they can register. We're not going to get into email confirmations or anything like that. That would just take way too long. So once they create an account, they can then log in. So let me just give you an example. Okay, so they can log in, you get a little message, log out button appears, and now we can create a topic. But first, let's take a look at the actual topics. Now, when I say topic or post, I'm meaning the same thing. All right, so basically, a topic and a post are the same thing. All right, so here's an example. We have the title up at the top, and this is the initial post or topic. And then underneath, people can reply to it. All right, so there's a little reply form, and this only shows if the user is logged in. All right, and then we have on the side a user avatar, the number of posts that they have on the site, and posts refers to topics and replies. All right, and then there's a link where you can actually view the topics that that particular user has posted. All right, and you can see we have the number of replies here. We even customize it so that the title has the user's name in it. And you can also narrow topics down by category. So if I click over here in development, it's going to give us all the posts in the development category. Design, I don't have any posts in there yet, but if I did, they would all show right here. All right, so they could create a topic. So basically a topic has a title, a body, category, and that's pretty much it. In the database, we're also going to have a create date for when the topic was created. It will also include the user's ID, the category ID, things like that as well. All right, so our database will basically have 4 tables, which are topics, replies, users, and topics, replies, users, and categories. All right, so that's going to be the structure of our database. And we also have some statistics down here, which gives us the total number of users, topics, and categories. But the main thing about this project is we're really going to shift to an object-oriented style of programming. In the past couple projects, we used a little bit. We used a database class in the last one, but now we're going to have a database wrapper class. We're going to have a topics class, a user class, and I think that maybe one more. So we're really going to get into object-oriented programming. And we're also going to get into templates. That's it, template class. We're going to have a template class that will allow us to assign templates to pages on the fly. All right, so it's going to be much better organization than our last few projects. The last few projects, I just wanted to kind of get the basics, get you started on the basics, and now we'll get more advanced. All right, so we can get started, and like all of my projects, I like to start with the user interface, and this is actually a customized Bootstrap template. So we're actually going to build this. We'll go grab Bootstrap and make actually quite a few adjustments, especially with the colors and stuff like that. So let's begin with creating our project folder. Okay, so I'm in my htdocs folder, my XAMPP or XAMPP server, and we have our folder called Talking Space, which I'm going to rename to Talking Space Done, and then we'll create our folder. And Talking Space is just something that I just thought of real quick. The name isn't that important. Of course, you can change it if you want. All right, so let's create our structure. we're going to have a much bigger structure than the past few projects. Alright, so let's start with our folders. Alright, so we're going to have a config folder, which is nothing new, and we can actually create the file. We're just going to have one file in here called config.php. That'll hold our database parameters and things like that. The next folder is going to be our core folder, and that's also going to have one file. And this is going to be our initializer. So I'm going to call this ini.php. Alright, and this is where we're going to store our autoloader. This is where we'll include files that we need to include. We'll start our session in this file so that we can have sessions on every page, things like that. Alright, so we need our libraries, of course. And basically these are going to be classes. So let's actually create those. Alright, so first we're going to have a database class. Oh, and I should have mentioned this earlier. We're going to be using PDO. Okay, so PDO stands for PHP Data Objects, and it's a really good alternative to using the MySQLi API. And we're going to be using something called prepared statements, where our queries are going to be, the values are basically going to be set. So it prevents us from SQL injection, things like that. And I would suggest that you read more about PDO. Let's see. php.net. Alright, so I'd suggest looking through here. It gives you basically all of the methods in the API, transactions. Alright, so we can use transactions to store objects in the database. And let's see, just want to find kind of an example. Doesn't look like there's too many good examples here. Let's search PDO simple examples. And with the PDO, with our database class, I'm not going to type it all out by hand because it's much too big. So I'll basically paste it in, and we'll just go over the methods inside of the class. Let's see. Alright, so basically we're going to have our credentials, like we did in our MySQLi projects, and then we're going to create a new PDO instance, and we're going to pass in our credentials, and we'll use a try and catch block to connect. So basically we'll try to connect, and if something goes wrong, we can actually, in the catch block, we can specify the message that, but basically whatever happens. Let's see. I want to give you an example of prepared statements. Alright, so here's a good example. So we're going to create a query. Alright, we'll put it in a variable. I usually call it query, not SQL, but whatever. So we're going to select whatever certain columns from a table, and then I'm going to say where, in this example, calories is less than calories. Now you can see this this colon here. This is where prepared statements come in. We don't put the parameters directly into the query like we've been doing. We put this basically a placeholder, and then we have to prepare the statement. All right. We're not going to do this by hand. It's going to be part of our PDO class, but just to give you an idea of how it works. So we'll prepare the statement, and then we'll execute the statement. All right. And basically here is where you define the values. Okay, so 150 for the calories placer, red for this color placer. All right, so you can see that it prevents SQL injections because a user can't enter the values directly into the query. It's prepared. All right, and then finally we can call this fetch all, which will just basically get whatever our query is asking for. All right, and we use a statement handler when doing executions. STH is what's usually used, but you can use whatever you want. Let's see. This is an example with question mark parameters. Basically, you use the question mark instead of the placer up here. I prefer this example 1. So that's basically it. Like I said, we're not going to type out the PDO class by hand. I'm going to paste it in, and we can just go over the methods. All right, so I think I rambled on a little too long about that. I'm sorry. So let's go ahead and continue creating our folder structure. Actually, we don't need a folder, we need a file. Okay, so next we're going to have our template class. And it's going to be fairly small. Basically, it's just we're going to easily include our files. Okay, we're also going to have includes folder with our header and footer that we can insert on every page, so we don't have to keep typing that stuff out. All right, let's see. We want to have a topic class. All right, and the topic class, the user class. Basically, we're going to use our database class as kind of a wrapper because we want to do database functions inside of these classes. All right, so next we'll have our user class. And the last class I want to have is a validator class. Basically, that's just going to be so we can validate input. Okay, so for instance, when we have the registration form, we want to make sure that we have required fields like name, username, password. We don't want the user to be able to submit empty forms. We want to make sure that the 2 password fields match. We want to check the email, things like that. And if you're really familiar with object-oriented programming and you've used validation classes, then you're going to find that this is an extremely simple class. All right, I'm not going to get advanced. Basically, just going to check those 3 things that I just said. The next folder we need is helpers. Okay, now helpers are just that. They're helper functions. They're not going to be classes or anything like that. They're just standalone functions that can aid in different things. All right, so we're going to have 3 of these classes. 3 of these helpers. All right, so the first one's going to be a DB helper. Basically, database operations that we want to just create, that we want to run on the fly, especially in templates. If you're in if you have a for each loop and you want to, say, change an ID to a name, then you would use the DB helper. All right, so the next one is going to be format helper. All right, and that is going to have things like date format, so we can have a nice looking date, things like that. And then the final helper is going to be our system helper. And this we'll use for things like redirects. I'm going to use this to check and see if a user's logged in, so we can use that easily inside of the templates, things like that. Alright, so next we're just going to have our images folder, and this will hold site images. It'll also hold things like the user avatars. And actually inside images I want to create a folder called avatars. Alright, so next the final folder we need is templates. Alright, and basically you can also think of this as a views folder with different views. Alright, so we'll have our CSS folder. We're going to have an includes folder. Alright, and includes is going to have a header file, as well as a footer file. Alright, so that's all we need there. Now for the templates, or the views, we're going to have a front page view, okay, which will just basically be the posts that show on the home page. Topics for the list of topics page. We want to have topic singular for when we visit the page that just has the topic. Let's see, register, which will have our registration form, and create, which will have our create topic form. Okay, so those are our templates, and that's it for the folders. Now we got to include just the core files themselves, the files that we interact with. Alright, so of course we need an index PHP. And we need a create.php. And these can, if you're familiar with model view controller frameworks, these are going to work kind of like controllers. Alright, so basically we're going to pass it off to our library, which is going to kind of act like a model where we deal with our database, things like that. And we're also going to load our templates from these files as well, or views. Okay, we want topic, we want topics, login, and login and log out are basically just going to be functionality files. They're not going to have any kind of template or anything. And register. Alright, and I think that's it. Yeah, that should be it for our application. You can see that the structure is a lot bigger than past projects, but I just wanted to really hit on object-oriented programming. So next we will create the user interface. Alright, so in the last video we created our structure for our PHP application, but in this video what I want to do is just create the UI. Maybe this and the next video. We're going to start with the HTML, which is going to come from the Bootstrap framework, and we're just going to grab one of the sample templates for Bootstrap and customize it. Alright, and we're going to customize it obviously to look like this. Alright, so I want to try to get through this quick. If you don't feel like watching videos on HTML and CSS, then I just suggest that you just grab the files and continue on to the next part. So what we're going to do is I'm going to create a new folder on my desktop, and this is going to be just for HTML. I'm just going to call it ts_HTML. Alright, so we want to get Bootstrap. And the reason I use Bootstrap a lot in this series is because we're not focusing on writing HTML or anything like that. And obviously I could do it without even having a design or a template, just to get right to the PHP. But I just want to build well-rounded applications that you would kind of use in the real world as a production app. So I just want to blend in together the have a design for each of our applications. Alright, so I'm going to download Bootstrap, open that up, and open our HTML folder up. Going to bring these files in. Alright, and I just want to check, we're going to use this bootstrap.css, and that's all we're going to use, so I'm going to delete all these. Alright, and I'm also going to create a custom.css file as well, because we're not going to edit the bootstrap one. Alright, and we want to create an index page. And these are all going to have HTML extensions. Obviously, those are going to change to PHP, but for now, they're just HTML. And we want to create a few more here. Let's create register.html. And let's see, we need create topic, and I guess we'll just have those for now. Alright, so let's go ahead and open up index.html with your text editor, and I'm also going to, well, actually we'll do the HTML first and then the CSS. Alright, so what I want to do is grab one of the sample templates here. If we scroll down, I want to grab this starter template. Alright, and I'm just going to copy and paste the source code into our index file. Alright, and we're just going to change up some things here. I'm going to take out the description, author, favicon. If you want, you can keep those, but I'm just going to get rid of them. Title, let's change that. Welcome to talking space. Alright, so we need to change the path to this CSS file. I want to take this dist folder and all this off, so it goes right to our CSS folder. And then we're not using the minified version, so we just want bootstrap.css. And then this starter template.css, I'm going to change this to custom, also in the CSS folder. And then I'm going to get rid of all this. Don't need that. Alright, let's see. Down here, for the JavaScript file, we're not even really going to be using this, but I mean, I'll just keep it there just in case. So that's going to be inside of the JavaScript folder. Let me just check out what we got there. I'm going to get rid of the minified version, and we just want bootstrap.js. Alright, and we're also calling jQuery in from Google's CDN. Alright, so let's save that. Alright, so there's also a few lines of CSS inside of this starter template. So I'm going to click on that, and that was in the source code for the example, for the sample template. Alright, I'm just going to throw that in the custom file for now. Save it. And now our template should look normal. Alright, so there's the sample template. Alright, so we're going to work off that. So let's see, for the project name, I'm going to change that. I'll make this a little wider in case you guys are trying to copy. Alright, so project name, talking space, and for our menu I want it to float to the right. So for this UL class, I'm going to add to it. I'm going to add navbar right. Alright, and we'll change this to create an account, and this one will be create topic. Now when we make our application, we're going to have it so if we're not logged in, we see create an account, and if we are logged in, we'll see create a topic. But for now, we're just going to see both because it's just HTML. Okay, so this will go to create.html for now, and this will go to, this will go to create, and this will go to register, and this will go to index. Okay, let's save that. Alright, good. So before, I'm not going to get into the CSS, the customization right now. I just want to get the HTML done. So down here, I'm going to get rid of this starter template div. Alright, and we're going to be using the grid system, the Bootstrap grid system. So we're going to have a column that is 8 grid columns wide, and then a sidebar which will be 4 grid columns wide. Alright, so to use grids, we want to use a row class. Okay, so row, and then we're going to have div class colmd8. Okay, so that'll give us an 8 column div. And then we're going to have our sidebar div class call md4. Alright, so in the 8 div, we're going to have a main column div. Oh, this would help. Alright, and we're going to have a block class. Now the block class is going to give us these white backgrounds here. So the white with the rounded edges. Alright, so we'll use the block class here, and we'll use it in our little sidebar modules as well. Okay, so main column. You can see we're going to have an H1 and then an H4. Okay, so H1 will float to the left, H4 will go to the right. Alright, so H1 class equals pull left. Actually, I'll just put all that on one line. And then we'll have an H4. And that'll be pulled to the right. Alright, so since those are floated, we need to add a clear fix, which comes with Bootstrap. And now we want, I'm going to throw in a horizontal rule, so we'll have a line there, and then that'll separate us from our unordered list of topics. So I'm going to give this UL an ID of topics. Alright, now I'm going to just copy and paste a bunch of list items which will represent each topic, just because it's going to take way too long to type. And you should have all these files in your project files anyways. So let me just paste these in. Alright, so here's our unordered list topics, and inside of the topics, inside the list, we have another row with a two columns, which is going to hold the avatar, and then a 10 column, which will hold the actual post. Alright, so if we look at the template, you can see this is going to be that 2 column, this will be 10 column. Alright, so after the list, the unordered list, I'm just going to paste in our form statistics, which is just an H3 tag and then a UL with a couple list items which have the total number of users, topics and categories. Obviously this is just a static number for now. We'll replace that with dynamic information when we do the application. Alright, so column 4, so this is going to be the sidebar, and basically we'll have 2 areas. We'll have the login form and then the categories list. Okay, so let's right here. Alright, so let's do that. And I might be copying and pasting at times just to do this more quickly. Alright, so we're going to have a div with an ID of sidebar. And then inside that, we're going to have that block class. Alright, and we're going to have a heading that says login form. And then I'm going to just paste in our form. Okay, so this is, you can get this from Bootstrap. There's actually some things here I want to get rid of. Alright, so let me just show you the page that I got this from on Bootstrap. If we go to CSS and then forms, okay, so I just grabbed this. Alright, so I just want to change a few things. I'm going to get rid of these 4 attributes. And this should be type text. Don't need an ID. Placeholder, we'll say enter username. And this is going to need a name attribute so we can grab it in our application. Username. This is going to have a name, password. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Get rid of this ID. Placeholder, we'll say enter password. And then we have a submit button. I'm going to add that, have a name of do login. Alright, so that looks good, that's fine. I want to have this class for the login button to have the primary style, and then I'm going to copy this and put it in our register link and change this to default, and that should be it. So let's just see what this looks like right now. Alright, so it doesn't look very good because we haven't done any CSS customization. Alright, so, but you can see that the layout is correct. Alright, so the last thing we want to do here is add in our categories. So I'm going to copy and paste that. Alright, so we want this to start after the block div. Alright, we're going to add in another block. So let's go here, paste this in. You can see we have a class of block again. If we just put this categories inside of this block class, it would be one white square with both modules. And we don't want that. We want them to be separate like this. Alright, so that's our categories. Basically we have a class of list group, and then we're just adding links with each category with a class of list group item. And you can get this from the Bootstrap site as well. And I think it's on the components page. Down here, list group. Alright, and right here is where I got that code. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and that should be it for the HTML for our home page, or our index page. Alright, so not too pretty, but it's coming together. The layout looks like it should. So in the next video, we'll do the rest of the HTML for our for our inner pages. Alright, so what we're going to do now is create the rest of the pages, create the HTML for those pages. So we're going to use the index page kind of as a base. So let's go to, we'll do the register page. So I'm going to open that with Notepad++, and basically just going to copy everything we did for the index page. Alright, and we're going to paste that in, and we're going to change some things. Let's change the title. We'll say register with us. Navbar will be the exact same. For the main column, that has to change. Alright, so the H1 tag, we'll change that to create an account. And we'll leave the H4. That's kind of like just a site slogan. I just thought it looked pretty good, so I'm just going to keep that. And then the whole topics UL is going to go. So let me just take that all out down to this ending UL. Actually, we want to take away the form statistics as well. So that should be good. And the sidebar is going to stay the exact same as well. So basically we just need to put a form in here. So I'm going to paste in our form. Alright, so the formatting is a little quirky here when I paste. Let me just fix this real quick. Actually, I'll leave it formatted like this so that you can see, in case you're copying this. But if you're comfortable with HTML, and especially if you're comfortable with Bootstrap, then I would suggest just maybe moving on and just using the program files for this. I'm not going to make this perfect because we're not even keeping these HTML files. We're pretty much going to just grab parts out and paste them into our templates. Alright, so basically we have a form, and we're giving it this encrypted type, this enc type, to multipart / form data, and the reason for that is that we have a file upload, alright, because we're going to have an avatar upload, so we need to have that in our form. And then it's going to be a post method. It's going to ultimately go to register.php, which will actually process everything. But this is just HTML. Each field is in a separate div called form group, and that just gives it the Bootstrap style. Alright, so and every input has a name. Alright, so name email, and that's just what we're going to grab when we use these fields in PHP. Alright, so I'm going to save that, and this link here should go to register. And you can see that we have a nicely formatted form, and that's because it's basically just using the Bootstrap CSS file. Alright, so that's our create register page. Now let's do the create topic page. Okay, so create HTML. And again, let's see, I'm just going to copy the register page that we just did. Alright, and we want to open up create and paste that in and change a couple things. Create a topic. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of this form. So I'm going to start at form and go to the ending tag. of form, which is right here. You take that out, and I'm going to paste in a new form. Okay, so this form is really short, and some of these things might change when we're actually building our application, but for now it's fine. Alright, so basically we're going to have a topic title, we're going to have a category input, which is going to be a select or a drop down box. Okay, I just hand typed some categories here. And then we're also going to have a topic body, which in our application will be an editor. Okay, so you'll have like a kind of like a WordPress editor or a Microsoft Word mini editor, but we need to use we're going to use a JavaScript program for that, and I'm not going to do that right now. Actually, you know what, maybe we should do that right now. So just to get it out of the way, so we're going to use a little script called CK Editor, and it's really easy to implement. Alright, so if you go to ckeditor.com and we want to go to download, and you can basically choose basic, standard, or full, and they just basically have different options. I'm going to choose the basic, alright, because we just want to have them be able to use bold and italics, things like that. Alright, so let's go ahead and download that. Alright, so we'll open that up, and what you want to do is copy this entire file folder into your JavaScript folder. Alright, so inside of JavaScript, I'm going to take this and put it right in. Alright, and after you do that, you basically just need to include the script. We're going to include it in our head area. And I'm actually going to take all the JavaScript that's in the footer down here and put it in the head, because it won't work right if it's all in the bottom. Okay, so I'll paste that in, and then we want to just include our editor's script. So script src. Okay, this is going to be in it's going to be in JavaScript /CK editor /CK editor.js. Okay, so that'll include the script for us. Now all we have to do to implement it is go below the text area that we want to make an editor and just paste in or type in a one-line script tag. Okay, so in here we're just going to type in CK editor. Dot replace, and then inside of this replace function, we just want to put the name of the field that we want to add the editor to. In this case is body. Okay, so we have name body, so we're just going to type in body. Alright, so let's save that and see if it worked. Alright, so now you can see we have our body area, and we have this this mini editor we can use. Alright, so that's very simple to implement. Alright, so we have our register page, we have our create a topic page. Let's create, we should actually link all these together so that we can navigate. I'm going to link the logo so that we can click on it and get back to the home page. We should add that on all 3 pages. Alright, so now we should be able to get to the home page easily. Or not. Create. Oh, I was linking the actual logo. We want to link home. Oh, it is. You know what? I put a comma there. That's why it's screwing up. So let's just change that. I knew something wasn't right. Alright. So let's go ahead and create our single topic page. Okay, so when we click on this, we want to be taken to that topic. So we're just going to create topic HTML, open that up, and I'm going to copy any of these. You can just copy. I'm going to take the create page. Now I'm going to paste in the unordered list. Let's see. I want to get rid of everything in the main column, which in this case is the form. Alright, and let me paste this in. Okay, it's kind of like the home page. We have an unordered list with the same ID topics because it's going to basically be styled the same. And then we have the first one has an ID of main topic, so we can differentiate that from the replies. Okay, because the rest of the items here are basically going to be replies. Okay, and if we look at the final page here, you can see that this is the list item. This one has an ID of main topic, so that's how we could grab that and make that darker. Pretty simple. And then we're going to have a form at the bottom, which I will do next. So right under the ending UL tag, I'm just going to put an H3. Let's say reply to topic. And let me just grab the form and paste it in. It's just a one column form, and I'm sorry, one field form. And this is also going to use the editor. Alright, so you can see we have a text area with the name reply, and then we have this dot replace reply. Now we got to make sure we include all the JavaScript at the top, which it already is because we copied the create page. Alright, so let's save that. Alright, so that looks good for now. One thing we need to do is change the heading. Alright, so the heading should actually be the name of the topic, which is, let's see, we'll grab this. Okay, I'm just going to replace that. Alright, so there we go. Again, I know this looks horrible. It's supposed to, because we haven't customized the template yet. One thing I do want to do now is get an image, a default image, I guess, which is going to be this here. So I'm going to save this. I'll open it in a new tab and save it. And I want to save it in my HTML in my images folder, which we don't have yet. So let's create that. And then inside here, we're going to save this as noimage.png. And you know what? I think that I had it. Yeah, I have it as Gravatar. Actually, so let's change the name. We'll change it to Gravatar so I don't have to go through and change every single instance. Oh, also, it's using IMG for an image, for a folder as opposed to images. So I'm going to change that as well. Okay, so now we should get avatars, which we're not. image gravatar. Did I spell it wrong? No. Oh, okay, it's looking for a JPEG. So that's no problem. We'll just change this PNG to JPG. Now, okay, now they show up, and don't worry about the size. We'll be changing that in the CSS. So that's it for the inner page HTML. Obviously, the next video will be we'll customize our CSS, and then we should be all done with this. We'll be done with the user interface, and we can move on to PHP. Alright, so now that we have the basic HTML done for our template, or our layout, view, whatever you want to call it, now we have to add the custom CSS. We're using the Bootstrap CSS. As you can see, there are stylings here. We have a navigation bar, we have buttons, styled buttons, list items, things like that, which come with core Bootstrap. But for our custom content, like in here, in the main area, and also the nav bar, we actually want to change around too to look like this. Okay, so it's going to be a different color. It's going to be a little smaller, things like that. All right. So what we want to do is open up your custom.css file. All right, and what we have here now is just what came with the starter template. Alright, so I'm actually going to get rid of this here, the starter template class. We don't need that. And then for the body, I'm going to change the padding top to 60. And we're going to add a few more things here. Okay, we want to add a light gray background for our site. And that's going to be F4, F4, F4. Alright, and that's just a very light gray background. And we're going to change the font size to 15 pixels. Alright, so that should do it for the body. Let's just save that and reload. And you can see that now the font's a little bigger. Background is now light gray. Alright, so I'm going to try to go through this pretty quick. I might copy and paste some stuff. For our links, we're going to have a color, and it's going to be kind of that grayish purpley color. Let's see, 5C5B69. Alright, so that's the links. We also want our unordered lists, and you can notice that these elements don't have a class or an ID. It's basically affecting all of the links and all of the lists. Alright, so padding is going to be 0, margin 0, and we want to make sure that we have list style of none. Okay, so that'll get rid of any bullets. Next we want horizontal rule tag, which is basically just the lines that separate certain parts of the content. We're just going to add a margin to. So 10 on the top, 0, 15, and 0. Alright, and the last core element that we want to style are the H3 tags. Okay, so H3, I just want to add a margin to the bottom, 5 pixels. Alright, so that's it for the core styles. Next we're going to do the navigation bar. Alright, so the nav bar, it's just a class of nav bar. Alright, so we're going to set this height to 40 pixels, and we're going to use the important tag here just to make sure that we overwrite the default settings. And there's actually one thing we need to change in the bootstrap.css file, and that's the minimum height on the nav bar. So let me just see if I can find that. I don't think I already changed it. Maybe I did. Let me search for min height. Oh, just went past it. Alright, so we have navbar min height 50 pixels. I want to get rid of that. Alright, so I just want to make sure we save that and close it. And we get rid of that, and we'll keep working on the navbar. Next, I want to change the color. So the background is going to be that same purplish gray color. Alright, what else? Border, I want to set the border to 0 and give it a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Alright, now I'm going to paste in some more styles for the navbar just to move it along. Alright, so we'll start here. We have basically, we want the color of all the links, okay, that are in the list item, and also the link in the brand, which is the logo. We want them to be white, okay? We want the coloring to be white. Here we're just setting a background to none for any links that are hovered, as well as an active link. We just don't want any background for that. The navbar brand is where the logo is, so we're just giving 10 pixels on the top, and again making sure that it's white. And then here we're just taking the links and adding some padding to them. Alright, so let's save that and take a look. Alright, so there's our navigation bar. You can see now it matches the final version. Alright, so let's move on from that. Alright, so next what I want to define is the block class. Okay, so block. And we're going to wrap the main content as well as each sidebar block or module in this class. And basically it's just going to be a white background. And we're going to make we're going to give it slightly rounded corners with border radius. We'll do 5 pixels. And let's see, padding. I'm going to do 15 on the top and bottom and 20 on the sides, and give it a margin bottom of 20 pixels. Alright, so let's take a look at that. Alright, so now you can see our sidebar blocks have it, our main content has it. Alright, so the next thing is going to be our main column. So main call, and it's going to have an overflow of auto. Okay, that's it for the actual main call div. Now we want the main column H1, and I'm going to make the font size 22 and a margin of 5 on the top, 0 everywhere else, and then padding is going to be 0 as well. Okay, so that's the H1. Now let's do the H4. Okay, H4 is going to have a font size of 16. Margin is going to be the same, padding's the same. I'm going to change the color to a gray. So color is going to be AAA's. Okay, so next I want to do the sidebar. Actually, let's take a look at it. And what we just changed were these headings here. So if we reload, it looks the exact same. Alright, let me just check the HTML. Did we even do the main column? Oh, okay, it's a class, not an ID. So we gotta just replace this with a dot. Alright, much better. Alright, so now I just want to do these headings over here in the sidebar. And let me just make sure it's a class of sidebar. Okay, no, it's an ID. I'm actually going to change it to class. We'll have to change the inner pages as well, but I'll do that after. Alright, so let's see, we want sidebar block H3, and let's see, we'll do a margin top 0, and padding bottom will be 10 pixels, and we want a border as well, border bottom. Okay, we'll make that gray, solid 1 pixel. Okay, so that's for the sidebar. Next, we want to do the topic, which I believe are these blocks here. I think each one is a topic. Let me just check. We get topics, topic content, main topic. Oh, right here. Okay, yeah. Class topic. All right, so we'll do that. Topic, and I'm just going to paste some styles in here. Okay, so we're just going to give it a bottom border, padding, margin, so padding bottom, and then padding, I guess we don't need that. Alright, and let me just grab some more. Alright, so here we have our topic content. We want to span 100%. Our image, our avatar, we want 100%, which is basically going to be 100% of the parent div. So it should make it smaller. So let's save that. And you can see that the div is basically right here. It's the column div. So we want the image to span 100% of that. So it should go down in size. Alright, so that's good. That's what we want. Alright. Alright, so next I want to do the list group. Over here we have it for our categories. I just want to change this up a little bit, change the color. So I'm going to paste this in. Alright, basically we're saying that the active link, we want to have a background of that gray-purple color. And we're just setting a border to 0 on each item. So let's save that. Okay, so you can see we sharpened the borders and changed the color. Okay, when you hover, it has a nice light gray, so that looks good. We got rid of the border. Alright, so now I want to do the main topic. When we click... Actually, hold on a second. Alright, yeah, so when we click here, the main topic is at the top. We want to differentiate those from the replies, which are below it, so we're going to set a background color for that. And I can't remember if it was a class or an ID. I can't seem to find it. Oh, that's because we're on the index page. I need to be in the topic page. Alright, so ID main topic. Alright, so let's give this a background of light gray. And I'm also going to add some padding to it. We'll do 10 pixels. Alright. Next I want to do this little block over here. Okay, I think it's the user info block. So what I'm going to do is just paste those styles in. Alright, so the first one is basically the entire block. We'll give it a border, some padding, font size, the image. We're going to give a margin to the bottom. The list is going to have no bullets with some margin, and then the actual list item, we'll just give it a line height. Alright, so that'll make that look a little better. Alright, so that looks good. So we're pretty much there. I do want to change the color of the primary links here. I don't want this blue. I want to have the same as the nav bar. So I think that is class BTN primary. Okay, it's just the bootstrap class. And I just want to give it this color here. Actually, let me just grab this. Whoop. Alright, let's check that out. Alright, good. Hover, I'm also going to change... Actually, we'll just leave that. That's fine. Alright. Form looks good. Alright, I'm actually going to take this hot marker out for right now. And if we have time, we'll put it back later. Alright, so that should do it for our CSS. Next, we will finally get into actually programming this with PHP. Alright, so we're ready to start the actual programming for our dynamic functionality. And the first thing we need to do is create a database. Alright, so right now I'm at basically the home page of our app, which has nothing in it yet. Remember, all we have for our application is our file structure. Alright, in the past few videos we created the layout, all the HTML and CSS files, and we'll also be integrating that with our application. So I'm going to go to localhost/phpMyAdmin. Alright, and basically, let me just log in real quick. Okay, so we're going to create a new database, and I'm just going to call it Talking Space. Okay, and click on that, and we're going to create our first table will be the users table. Alright, this is going to have 10 fields. Alright, so we're going to have an ID, we'll have a name, an email, an avatar, username and password. Passwords, we're going to use MD5 encryption. You never want to store an actual text password in the database. You want to use some kind of encryption. MD5 is a little weak, but it's fine for this project. You might want to use SHA-1 or something even stronger with a hash or something like that. But we're just going to use MD5 for now. I'm going to have a little about field. I think that's it. No, we need last activity and join date. I'm sorry, we need 9, not 10, but that's fine. You can just leave that one blank. Now we want to set the types. Okay, the ID here is going to be an integer, and it's going to be our primary key, so we want to change index to primary. We want to click AI for auto increment. Name will be varchar, and let's say 100. Email, same thing. We'll say 100 as well. Avatar, same thing. Avatar is just going to be basically the image name. We're going to store the image in the images folder, and then just point to whatever the name is in the database. Username, let's make the max 10. Password, is going to be varchar. I'm going to put 64 for this, even though I think MD5 is 32, but just to be safe. About is going to be a text block with no limit. Last activity is going to be a date time. Alright, and then join date will be a timestamp. Alright, now we want default values for these, and the only one that's going to get a default value is join date. Alright, so we're going to set this here to current timestamp. What that'll do is whenever we enter a user into the database, this field will be stamped with the current time. Alright, so that makes sense. When they join, when it gets added into the database, that's the date they joined. Alright, so that's good. Let's go ahead and click Save. Alright, so that's it for our users table. The next table I want to do is, let's do categories. Okay, so each topic can have a category. And this is only going to have 3, I think. Alright, so ID, same thing. This is going to be primary key and auto increment. And then the next one will be the name, which will be a varchar. And that'll be 100. And we also want a description. Okay, description. Let's make that varchar, and we'll give it a limit of 400. And I think that should be good. Let's do that. Alright, so now we want a topics table. And let's do 8 columns. ID, which will be primary key and auto increment. And then we'll have a category ID, and that's basically going to be a foreign key to the categories table, so that'll be an integer. Alright, next, actually I'm going to put 11 for the limit for these integers. That's what I usually put. And then we're going to have a user ID, which will basically be a foreign key for the users table. Next we want title, and that'll be varchar 100, and body, which will be text. Okay, after body, let's do last activity, and then create date. Okay, and that's going to be a current timestamp, so we want to choose that, and that should be good. Actually, last activity will be date time. Whoops, I changed the wrong one. That should be timestamp, and this should be date time. Alright, so one more table here, and that's going to be replies, and let's do 5 columns. ID, okay, and a reply is going to have a topic ID, a user ID, a body, and a create date. Okay, this is going to be 11, body. Create date is going to be the timestamp, current timestamp. Alright, so that's our entire database. So what I want to do now in this video is I want to create our database class, and we're going to be using PDO, PHP Data Objects, and it's basically the best practice for connecting to a MySQL database using PHP. It's much safer. You can use prepared statements, which obviously adds a lot of security, prevents SQL injections, things like that. And the class that I kind of adopted for this project is actually from a blog post. Okay, and it's from cultwith3ts.com, and it's basically a programming blog, and it's a PDO PHP class, and he kind of goes through an explanation of everything. I did change a few things, but this is basically what I used as, I guess, as a template. All right, so what I'm going to do is go to our application, and inside of libraries, I want to open up database.php. All right, I'm just going to paste this in. All right, so it's not too big, especially compared to most database classes. But basically, we're defining a class called database. All right, obviously we're using object-oriented programming. We're setting a bunch of variables up here. Okay, so we have, and they're all private, so they can only be accessed in this class. All right, we have host, user, password, and DB name, and you can see that these are equal to a constant, which we need to set, and we're going to set that in the config file. But we'll do that right after we're done with this. So after that, after our credentials, we have a DBH, which is basically a handler, so we can interact with the database. We have an error variable if we want to output errors, and then we have our statement, which we can use for prepared statements. All right. So the first function is a constructor. When using PHP, you want to create a constructor, you want to use this double underscore and then construct. All right, and whatever is in here is going to be called whenever you create a new database object. Just by creating it, this will run. All right, so the first thing it does is selects a DSN. So we're using MySQL, but you can actually use quite a few different databases with PDO. So we want to set that, and then we're setting our database name equal to this DB name, and that pertains up here to this. Okay, so whenever you want to reference any of these variables, you want to use this along with this arrow, all right, which is a hyphen and a greater than sign. All right, so you probably know this if you have any experience with object-based programming. All right, so the next thing we're doing is just creating an array of options, and we're going to set a couple different options here. One is to be persistent, okay, so we just want to have a persistent connection, so we can create just one object, and now we can actually have multiple interactions with it. And then we're just setting the error mode to exceptions. And there's a ton of different options you can use with PDO. I suggest going to php.net and taking a look at those. Then down here, we're just creating a try-catch block. All right, so it's going to try this code. If it fails, it's basically going to give us an error message. All right, and the code is just a connect string, really. We're creating a new PDO object, and then we're just passing in our credentials. All right, so this is coming from up here, user, pass, and then options is our PDO options array. Let's see, and next we have our query function, which is going to create the statement for us. So we'll pass in a query from wherever we're working from, select all from topics or something like that, and we can create a statement with that, and then we're going to bind values to it. All right, so if we want to say select topic where ID equals 1, you can use this bind method to say, well, I want the ID that equals 1. All right, and that'll prevent SQL injections. All right. And all we're doing here is checking the type of input and just putting some sanitation or validation on it. All right, so we have integer, boolean, null, and string. and it's just going to bind the value down here. And then these here, execute, is just going to basically execute whatever your statement is. Result set, that's what's going to be used to grab onto the result object. Alright, and we specified here fetch object. You can also fetch an array and work with an associative array. I prefer to work with objects though. And then this is basically the same thing, except it's going to be just one result. So if we want the topic with the ID of 1, that's obviously going to be just one returned row, so we could use single. If we're saying select all from topics without any specification, we could get a bunch of results, so we'll use result set. Alright, row count basically is just going to return the amount of rows returned, and then last insert ID will just give you the ID of whatever the last ID you inserted was. And then down here is just some transactions. We're not going to really get into that. Transactions, I actually didn't really need to put those in, but I just figured I would. So that's pretty much it for our database class. It's really simple, but it's also reliable and relatively secure. So the last thing I want to do here is let's make sure we save this. And the last thing I want to do is go into the config file. And I'm actually going to open my application down here so I don't have to keep going out of the editor. Alright, so I want to go to XAMPP, htdocs. Alright, so I'm going to go to config, and I'm just going to paste in a block of code here. Alright, so really simple. We're just defining a couple constants. Alright, we have our host, our user, and this should all be your database credentials. And then our database name. Alright, so that's that, and that's where our database class is pulling the info from. Alright, and then here I just defined a site title. You can put what you want here. And then here I defined a path for our base URI. Alright, so we don't have to say http/whatever, localhost/. It'll just automatically give us that URI. Alright, so save that. In the next video, we will be creating our template class and get into setting up views and templates and other display options. Alright, so we have our database class created, which is basically a wrapper class, because we're going to create subclasses for topics, users, things like that, and then we'll use the database class as kind of a wrapper to do different kinds of interactions in those classes. But before we get into that, I want to create our template class because it's really important. When writing good PHP code, you want to separate your views or your displays or templates from your logic and libraries and decision making, things like that. You want to keep those two as separate as possible. It's not good practice to just kind of, I guess, generate HTML inside of a class or something like that. That's just, it's not very good practice at all. So that's what we're going to do. If we go into libraries, you should have your template class. Alright, so we're going to open that up. It should be blank right now. And to save time, I'm just going to paste it in. It's a relatively small class. Alright, so basically we're defining class template here. The path to the template will be represented by this variable or property, and then we'll have variables passed in for vars, which will be an array. And basically we want to be able to set a value or an array or something inside of our logic, inside of our, I guess, our controller or our main file, and then pass that on to the template. Alright, so that's what this array is going to do, is allow us to pass data to a template. Whether it's coming from a database or whether we define it inside of the controller or whatever. And then next we're going to have our constructor. Basically we're just going to assign our template. Alright, so whenever we create a new template class, we're going to add in the path to our template in the instantiation. Next we just have our magic methods, get and set. Alright, so basically set, it's going to be ran when we write data to inaccessible properties, which we have up here. And then get is utilized for reading the data from inaccessible properties. So this will allow us to pass in values into our template. And then the last one is another magic method, which is toString, which basically lets us kind of treat an object as a string, and we can actually echo out our template. All right, and we're going to use the extract method to get our template variables. And this O.O.P start, basically we're just going to turn on output buffering and basically store it as an internal buffer. And then we're basically just going to include the template into our file. So we can just define, say we're in user.php, I'm sorry, we don't have user, topic.php. We'll be able to just include the topic template, all right, very easily. So that's really it. It's a pretty simple class, but I've used it a bunch of times, and it's really reliable and easy to use. So let's make sure we save that. All right, so that's all we need to see of that. So now what I want to do is kind of just implement that template class. And we'll start with our index page. So in the root directory, we'll want to open up index.php. And actually, before we do that, we need to add a couple lines to our init, our initializer file, which is in the core directory. Okay, it's ini. This should actually be init. I'm going to rename this to init.php. Alright, so open that up, and let's see. And this is where we're going to create our autoloader for our classes, as well as any requires that we need. So the first thing I want to do is require our config file so that is available to us. Alright, so we're going to just require once config/config.php, and then we'll create our simple autoloader. Alright, so function, actually this should say autoload classes. Function autoload, this is another PHP magic method. Alright, so we're going to pass in the class name, and then just require once libraries slash and then the class name. Okay, class name, and then of course we want the .php. Alright, so basically what this is doing here is it's going to let us create any classes we want in our libraries, and as long as the file name matches the class name, alright, so database here is the name of the file, and then database here is the name of the class. As long as we follow that convention, we don't have to require our classes. They'll automatically be required through this autoloader. Alright, so that's really important. You don't want a million requires or includes streaming down your page. This is just a much better solution. Alright, so let me just add a comment here. Alright, and I think that's all we need to do for now. Actually, let's include our helpers as well, because we'll need these here. So I'm just going to paste that in. Alright, so basically we're just requiring all of our helpers, system, format, and DB. And actually there's one other thing, I guess we'll just put it in now, for sessions. When you use sessions, you need to have sessions start on every page where you're using a session. So it's easiest just to keep this here so that we can use sessions in any file. Alright, so we'll save that, and that's all we need for our initialization. And then all we need to do is just include that one init file into all of our other files. So we'll say require that's in the core folder, and then init. Alright, so that should do it. Let's just make sure we don't have any errors. Alright, no errors. So now what I want to do is use our template class. Alright, so I'm going to open another PHP block. And what we're going to do is say get template and assign variables. Alright, so how we're going to use this is create a variable called template, and we're going to set it to new template. Alright, so this is instantiating the template object with the template class. And remember I said that when we do this, we need to pass in the name of the template. Alright, which is in our case is going to be in the templates folder, and the one I want to pass in is going to be called frontpage.php. Alright, so that's all we have to do to include our template, which you can see if I go into the templates folder, we have right here, front page. So I'm going to open that, and I'm just going to type in, this is the front page. Alright, save that. Of course, it can be HTML, that's why this is just HTML, it's not going to be PHP because I don't have a PHP block. Alright, so, and then all we need to do here is echo template. Alright, now we can do this because we use that toString magic method, which allows us to just output an object. Alright, so if we save this and go back to index, reload, we get this is the front page. Alright, so our index file is nice and clean. All we have here is an object, a template object, and then we output that object. Alright, so that's why I really like this template class, even though it's really simple. And not only can we do that, but like I said, we can pass in values. Alright, so to do that, all we need to do is, let's say, assign variables. So we can take that template object and let's say template, we'll say, I don't know, heading, just as an example. And in here, let's say this is the template heading. Alright, so now if I save this and we just remember this heading, go back to the template and we can actually output that. We can say PHP echo heading. Alright, so if we save that and we reload, we get this is the template heading. So you can see how easy it is to pass things from basically your controller. All right, when I talk about these main files that we have, index, login, all these are basically controllers. All right, we're basically going to fetch data from the library, which is kind of used like a model if you know anything about MVC frameworks, and then we can just pass in our results to the template and output them there easily, okay, with embedded PHP. So it's really easy to use. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is, for our front page template, what we don't want to do is have to include the same thing in every template file. Alright, so for a front page, register, topic, we don't want to have the HTML head in every single template. So what we're going to do is use an included file, alright, for our header and footer, because we know that that's going to be on every page. Alright, so first let's open up our header. And actually, you know what, first thing, let's grab our HTML that we created for our home page and just paste that into this template. Alright, so I'm going to go to the HTML folder that we created. I'm going to open up index.html, copy that whole thing, paste it in front page, and save. And if we go to our front page, it's all our HTML, but we don't have our CSS linked, so let's do that. Basically, inside of our templates folder, we have a CSS folder. Alright, so that's where we want our CSS to go. So let me actually go to the htdocs, talking space, templates, CSS. Okay, and I'm just going to bring our CSS folders over. Alright, and what we want to do is just link those up in the head area. And as far as the path, I'm actually going to just paste this in. Alright, so what we're doing is we're using that base URI constant that we created in our config file. So this will link to our base URL. And then we're going into the templates folder and then into the CSS folder. So that will grab our CSS files. So now we have our entire layout. Alright, but it's all in the front page, and I don't want that. I want to have, I want to be able to just add content to this block, alright, and then have the rest kind of included in the file. Alright, so I'm going to grab a bunch of content here. So I'm going to go from the top down to, let's see, you just got to figure out what's going to be on every page. Yeah, I'm going to go down to this HR. Alright, so this is going to be after the heading. Alright, and I'm going to cut that out and then paste it in header and save it, and then go back to front page. And now I want to grab from the footer, and I'm even going to grab the sidebar content and put that in the footer as well. So I'm going to go up to, let's see, I want this one. Yeah, I'm going to go three ending divs above the 4-column div and cut that out. Okay, and I'm going to put that into my footer file. Alright, and then what I'm going to do, because if we save this now and reload, you can see all we have is the main area content, so we just got to include the header and the footer file in our front page file. Alright, so let's just, we want to include so includes / header. Okay, and then we'll copy that and go down here and include the footer. Alright, so now if we go back, undefined constant includes. What did I do wrong? Oh, we need our quotes. Alright, that should do it. Alright, so now you can see we now have our header and footer, and we can use that in every single template, and all we have to do is you add these 2 lines, including the files. So I'm going to stop this video here, and what we're going to do in the next video is basically do this for the rest of our pages. Alright, we're basically just going to have all of our static HTML inside of these template files, and then after that we'll do our logic, and then we'll replace the static HTML with dynamic PHP, which will pull all the data from the database. Alright, so in this video I want to build on what we went over in the template class video and just add the rest of our views. So we want to add, for instance, our register page, the actual topic page. So we're going to bring our HTML into our views or into our templates. Alright, so let's go ahead and open Notepad. Alright, so I also want to open up our HTML folder just so we can grab the layouts we need. Alright, so I'm going to start with the, let's do the register. Wait a minute, 1 second. Okay, so I'm going to open my register, I guess, controller, and I can use the index as kind of a starting point. Okay, so I'm going to copy that. Alright, so remember, we always want to include our initializer, and we're going to define the template we want to use, which in this case, let me see, it's going to be this register template. So all we have to do is replace this with register. We can get this out of here for now. Alright, so just these few lines of code should bring in our template. Alright, so if we go to talking split space slash register.php, we need to actually add some content to the template. So I'm going to go into the templates directory, open up register, and let's actually just want to get an example from the front page. Okay, so we can just grab the header and footer and paste that into the register template. Just try not to get confused with the file names, because often the actual controller, like this register page, will also have a template named register PHP, which is this file. So you may have two files with the same name in different locations. One is basically a controller, and one is basically a view or a template. Alright, so now we should have the header and the footer show up. Alright, so basically now we just need to bring in the main content. So for now I'm going to get my static HTML from my register HTML page. Alright, and we don't want to get any of the header or the footer because we're bringing those in with the include. So basically, okay, so from right here all the way to the end of the form, which is right here. So I'll copy that from my HTML and paste it right in between the header and the footer in the register template. And it's a little messed up looking. It's not formatted very well. When you do copy and paste, that's just bound to happen. So try to work with me on that. Or bear with me. Alright, that's fine. I hate messy code. It really gives me anxiety. Alright, so let's save that, and now we should have our form. Alright, so obviously this isn't going to work. It's just HTML, but it gives us our UI so that we can actually start to use this dynamically to actually register at the site. Alright, so let's finish doing the rest of our HTML. As for the links, we need to change, because if we click on create an account, it brings us to register.html, so we want to change those. So I'm going to go to the header include, and let's see, for home we want that to go to index PHP, and then register PHP and create PHP. Alright, and then for the logo, we also want that to link to the home page. Alright, so if I save this, we should now be able to kind of navigate around. Alright, so next I want to click on this and I want it to open up topic.php. Alright, so I'm going to go to my front page template. Actually, I'm not going to do that yet because I'm not going to do that until we're actually pulling these topics from the database. Alright, so let's just make a topic.php page. Alright, so if we go to the root and we open up topic. Alright, so basically you can just pretty much copy this. Okay, except we want to include the topic template. Alright, let's do the same thing for topics. Okay, and I think that's also create. We want the create template. Alright, so now when we visit these pages, it should load their templates. Login and log out, we don't need to add templates to because they're basically just for functionality. Login is basically going to just log us in through the database and then redirect. Same thing with log out, so we don't need to use the template object in those files. Alright, so let's just finish up with the templates. Alright, so I'll just close these out for now. I'm just going to close everything. Alright, and now I'm going to, in my templates folder, I'm going to open up create, topic, and topics. And basically we just want to paste in our HTML. And we don't forget to use the header and footer tags as well. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so I just want to grab the footer and just paste it in. Alright, so now let's grab the static HTML. So in our HTML, you want to open up create and you form down to, okay, so we'll grab that, create. Okay, we'll save that. And topic, right, so let's get the topic.html and I want to get, let's see, block, pull left, clear fix. Alright, so from this UI, this UL tag to apply to, so that which ends here, I believe. Yeah, so let's just grab that and paste that into topic.php. Alright, we'll save that. And topics basically is going to be kind of the same as the front page, so I'm going to just copy the front page post for now, or the front page template. I'm not going to grab these statistics though. So here, and I want to paste those in topics. Alright, so I'll save that. So now we should have our static user interface. Alright, so we're on the topic.php page now. If I reload, it gives us all our HTML, the register page, the create topic page. Alright, so and also topics.php. Alright, and the reason we have topics.php, even though that the front page template is pretty much the same thing, in this page we're actually going to be able to filter by category. Alright, so if we click on development, only the development topics will show. We can also do it by user, so if we click on Brad T81, it's going to show all of his posts, and that's it. Alright, so that's what this page is going to do. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is start replacing these topics with data from the database. Alright, and we haven't actually inserted any data yet, and I want to be able to fetch and display data before we actually build the insert functionality. So what we'll do is we'll insert it from PHP Alright, and we might as well do that right now. So I'm going to go to localhost/phpMyAdmin. Alright, so let's go to talking space, and we're going to create a few things here. Alright, so let's create a user first. We can go to insert, and I'm just going to put in my name, email, and avatar is just going to be, I'll just say avatar1.jpg, and then username will be, we'll just say Brad T. Password is just going to be, actually password will be an MD5 encrypted hash, but for now I'm just going to, let's just put 123 for now. Say I'm a web developer from Boston, Mass, and that's all alright for now. And let's see, last activity we'll just leave, and it'll also put in this default value, which is the current timestamp. Alright, so let's create that guy. Let's see, data truncated, last activity. Alright, so that went in. Last activity. You know what? I'm going to remove the last activity field. Actually, I'm not going to remove it, but I'm just going to kind of ignore it for now. Now ahead. Alright, so we'll go to insert, and let me add here. And actually, this name, we have this backwards. The structure's wrong here. Name should be vark. Let me change that. Okay, and then description should be text. Actually, yeah, we can leave 400. Alright, so let's insert. In here, we'll have a category called, actually, you know what, let's just, this will be a technology type of place. So, web programming, web design. Alright, and I'll just put some sample data inside of the description. Alright, so we have two categories. Alright, so now we have our categories. Now let's go ahead and let's insert. Let's go to our topics and insert a topic. Okay, so the category will say 1, user ID is 1, title, let's just say, we'll say favorites. Server side language, and then for the body, let's just say what is your favorite server side language, and that's fine, and then that's good. So that'll be 1. Let's do another topic. And category ID, let's do 2, user is still 1. Okay, for the title, let's just paste in how did you learn CSS and HTML, and I'm just going to grab some sample content. Alright. Alright, so there is our topics. Alright, so I'm going to end the video here, and then in the next one what we're going to do is try to get those topics from the database and output them here instead of these static posts. Hey guys, so what we're going to do now is we're going to start to deal with our topic class, and we're going to fetch data from the database and output it here. So what we need to do is go ahead and open up our index controller or index page. Alright, and then also go to libraries and open up the topic class or topic file. Alright, so we want to create a topic class. So class topic, and this is where we're going to do things like fetch topics, fetch categories, add replies, create topics, things like that. You know, we're going to use the database class kind of like a wrapper class. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a property up here, and we're going to initialize the DB variable. We need a PHP tag here, of course. Whoops, what happened? Alright, so we're going to initialize a variable. It's going to be private because we only want to be able to access this from inside the class. Alright, so we're not going to assign it to anything, we're just going to declare it. Alright, and then we can start with our functions. The first one is going to be a constructor. Okay, so we're going to say public function __ construct. Okay, so in PHP that's how you define a constructor. And a constructor is basically just a function that runs whenever you create a new topic object. Alright, so the first method, actually inside of the constructor we just want to assign this DB to new database. Alright, so now we can use this as a handler for our queries and things like that. Alright, so now the function we want to do first is going to be, we're going to get all topics. Okay, so get all topics. And let's see, public function get all topics. Alright, so we want to use the database now, so we're going to say this DB query. Alright, so in here we want to write our query. So we want to select. Now we're going to use table joins here, which we went over briefly in the past. Basically, we're going to get everything from the topics table, but we want to join in the users table as well as the categories table, because we want to get info like who posted the topic, and that's not stored inside of the topics table. That's in the users table, so we have to join that in. We also want to display the category, so we need to join in the categories as well. So I'm going to say select topics.all users.categories. username, users dot avatar, okay, categories dot name. All right, and then we're going to say from topics. All right, I'm going to go on a new line here. Okay, so all we did was specify what we want from each table. All right, so now we're going to say inner join users. All right, now we want to define what two fields we want to connect. So we do that with on topics dot user ID. All right, because there's a user ID column in the topics table, and that should relate to the users table ID field. Okay, so that's how we're going to kind of join these over. Users dot ID. Why does it keep doing that? All right, and next we want to inner join categories, and same thing, we're going to say on topics dot category ID, and that's going to be equal to the categories table ID field. Alright, okay, so the last thing we want to do is order this. Alright, so we're going to say order by create date descending. So that'll make it so that the most recent topics are at the top. Okay, so we haven't actually ran the query yet, we just defined it. Alright, so now we have to go down here and I'm going to assign the result set. Alright, so I'll create a new variable called results and set that to this DB result set. And if you remember, when we built our PDO database class, this was one of the methods, was to grab the result set of a query. All right, and then finally we're just going to return that result set. All right, and then that should give us the rows that we want to work with, and we can then pass them to our view. All right, so make sure that this is saved, and then go back into the index page. Now, to use the topic class, we need to instantiate it, just like we did with our template. All right, so let's do that. Create topic object. All right, so I'm just going to say topic equals new topic. Okay, so now we can use that, and what we're going to do is pass the results of that query into our template. So let's change this to topics, and then what we want to do is equal this to topic get all topics. All right, so what we're doing is getting this function. All right, so we ran the query, we got the result, we're returning the result into here. All right, so we can actually use the function right here, and then this will pass this into the template. All right, so then we can use topics as a variable in the template. All right, so let's save that and go to our template. Okay, we want to go to templates and front page. All right, so right now we just have a bunch of list items with topics. What I'm going to do is only keep this first one, and we're going to create a for each loop and then go through the loop and iterate all the topics that are in the database, and they'll be formatted just like this. Alright, so let me just kind of fix this a little bit. Okay, that goes there. These should be back here, but I guess that's alright. Alright, good enough. So this is the first topic right here. Actually, is this the main topic? Actually, no, we don't have a main topic on the home page. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of the rest of these list items. Down to here. Delete that. And you'll see how much less code we have when we do this. Alright, so I want to go right under the UL. Okay, so right under this UL, we're going to open up a PHP block, and we're just going to check for topics. So if there was any that were returned back to us. Alright, so if topics. Alright, and then I'm just going to kind of wrap this whole thing in here. Down to here, and then here I'll say PHP else, PHP else, PHP end if. Alright, and if there are no topics, we're just going to say no topics to display. Alright, now if there are topics, then we want to create a for each loop. And we're going to say for each topics as topic. And that'll end right here after the closing list tag. PHP end for each. Alright, let me just fix this a little bit. Alright, so now we should be able to replace the static information here with the dynamic information coming from the database. So let's first do this title. Okay, so we'll get rid of that and put in some PHP. We're going to say PHP echo topic title. Alright, and that should grab the title for us. And let's just check this out, make sure there's no errors or anything. Okay, so syntax error, topics, expecting line 16, topic.php. 16's right here. Public function construct, public function, oh, we have a space here. Alright, so it's working. You know that we have two topics in our database, okay, right here. And you can see that the titles are now dynamic. They're coming from our titles in the database. Alright, so now what we have to do is just replace everything else, okay, like the date, category, avatar, things like that. So let's go back to front page, and let's go ahead and get rid of the image name, and we'll put in our image name, which is going to be topic avatar. Alright, now the file isn't uploaded yet, so it's still not going to show anything, but it will when we upload it. Alright, so let's see, we got the body. Actually, we don't have a body in this view. Okay, so the category, it says development. Let's replace that. Okay, so PHP we're going to do here is say topic and then name. Alright, so this name is actually coming from our categories table. Since we joined in our categories table, we can use whatever fields that we asked to use, which one was name. Alright, so there is no name in the topics table, but there is in the categories. And basically we're going to do the same thing with the name here, the username. Alright, so we'll be able to say PHP echo topic username. Alright, now we also want to have links go into these, and we don't want it to be category HTML. So I'm going to replace this here. Alright, so what I did is we're going to go to topics.php, and then we're adding a get variable of category, and then we're just equaling that to the category ID of the current topic. And we're just using this URL format to just make the text compatible with a URL. Alright, and we want to do the same kind of thing with the user. Alright, so let me just actually put this on a new line. Alright, and I'm going to paste that in as well. Okay, so there's no profile in this app, so it's we're doing the same thing here, topics.php, except we're adding the user to it. Alright, so then when we create topics.php, we can create filters for the category and the user so that it only shows posts from them. Alright, so let's check that out. Alright, so something's not right here. Let me just check the source. Let's see. Fatal error, call to undefined function URL format. And the reason that this function isn't there is because we didn't create it in our helper file. Alright, so it's looking for a helper function. So let's go ahead and go back. We'll open up helpers and then format helper. And I'm just going to paste in the URL format function. Alright, so basically it's just making sure that it's using regular expressions to make sure it's in a format of a URL. It's making it all lowercase, and it's also URL encoding it. Alright, so let's save that, and this should now work. Alright, good. So this is all coming from the database. The date, however, is not. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so date, let's put this down here. And what we're going to do here is just, we want to output the date first of all. So PHP echo topic, I think it was date. Let's see. Or maybe not. Let's just check real quick. Topics. Okay, create date. Alright, so now you can see we have the date, but it's very ugly looking. Alright, so what we're going to do is create a very simple date format function, and we're going to do that inside of the format helper. Alright, so I'm just going to paste this in. Very simple. We're passing in the date and basically just using the PHP date function in string to time function to give us a better formatted date, and then we're just returning it. So if we save and go back to front page, and we just want to surround this with the format date function. Okay, so now if we reload, alright, undefined function, format date. Oh, okay, we're doing camel case. Where is it? Alright, so that should do it. Alright, so now our date looks much better. Alright, so I think I'm going to stop here. So this will be part 1, and in the next video we'll deal with this forum statistics, so we can get some counts of users, topics, and so forth. and then we're also going to add dynamic fields to the topic page themselves, things like that. Alright, so I will see you in the next part. Alright, so we're going to continue using our topic class, and we're going to add some more methods. What I want to do right now is I want to make this number here, these numbers, dynamic, and they're going to represent the amount of replies for each topic. Alright, so in this case they don't have any replies, but I just want this to be dynamic. So let's go and look in our template. Okay, this is the front page template, and right here is where that number is coming in, and we're actually going to use a database helper function for this. Alright, so it's going to be I'm going to say PHP echo it's not going to be a variable, reply count. Alright, and then we just want to wrap in we want to pass in the topic ID, so we can get that with topic ID, because we're still in that for each loop, so we can use the topic properties. Alright, so now we need to create that function. I'm going to go to DB helper, and I'm going to just paste this in. Alright, and let me just give this a quick comment. I usually use Eclipse and not Notepad++, and it just gives you much easier commenting, so this is kind of a pain. So let's see, this is going to get the number of replies per topic. Alright, so basically you can see that we're creating a new database object. Alright, we're not in a class. This is just a file that's going to hold a bunch of functions. So we're not going to use this or anything like that. And we can use the query. Alright, so we're going to call a query. We're selecting select all from replies, where topic ID equals topic ID. And this is where we can use this PDO class to bind values. Alright, so you want to replace this with something. In this case, we're going to bind it to our variable that we're passing in here. Alright, and this makes it very safe, much safer, and prevents SQL injection. So this is a really nice class to use. And then we're going to just assign the rows. Okay, so DB result set, and then we're just going to return the row count. Alright, we're not going to return the actual rows to use. All we want is the count. Okay, so save that, and now if we go back and reload, you can see that these have now gone to 0 because there are no replies, and they will change when there's actually some replies. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is down here, the statistics. We're going to do the same kind of thing we just did. We want to return counts. Alright, so let's go to our topic class. Okay, and we want to go down here. And what I'm going to do is paste in 3 functions, or 3 methods. Alright, so first we have get total number of topics. It's basically just passing in a query of select all from users, and that is wrong. This should be select all from topics, I would think. Alright, yeah, select all from topics, and then we're just assigning the result set, and then we're getting a row count, just like we did with the replies. Okay, this one is doing the same thing, except it's getting categories. Alright, and then this one down here is doing the same thing, except it's getting the total replies, which select all from replies where topic ID equals topic ID. Alright, so yeah, it's getting the total replies for our little stats block at the bottom. Alright, so if we save that, now what we want to do is go to our index controller, I guess, and let's just pass in right under this. We're going to pass in a couple things: total topics, which is going to be equal to get total topics, which we just created right here. Alright, and then we have total categories. Alright, so now we can use these variables inside of our template. So let's save that and go to our front page template. Okay, so now we can just replace this with dynamic content. And actually, number of users, that's going to be in the users class, which we haven't created yet. So I'm just going to leave that for now, and let's go on to number of topics. So we can say PHP echo total topics. I think that's what it was called, right? Total topics. And then this one is going to be total categories. Total categories. Alright. So let's see if that worked. Alright, which it did. We have the number of topics is 2, and we also have 2 categories. The users, however, we will be doing a little later when we deal with the user class. Alright, so now for this image, I think I have the wrong path. Let me just see something here. Alright, so it's looking for an IMG folder. I don't think I have that. Let me see. Let's go to docs, talking space. Alright, so we have an images folder and then avatars. Alright, so that's what we have. So I'm going to get just a quick image online. Avatar. Okay, so let me just grab one of these. And I'm going to save it as avatar1.jpg. We'll save it to the desktop. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is go into the images, avatars, and upload that. Alright, now in the front page template, where it says avatar right here, okay, I'm going to change this path to the real path, which is images/avatar. Alright, so let's see if that is going to work. Alright, still not working. Let me check this again. Okay, it's going to images/ oh, I think we need an S on the avatars. Alright, there we go. So our front page area, the main column at least, is just about done. I want to continue with the topics. So what we want to do is deal with the topics.php page, so we can filter by category and all that. So I want to change the links to these, because right now they're just going to nothing. Alright, so let's go to our footer, where that's all where all our sidebar stuff is, I believe. Alright, so these are going to be dynamically generated. We haven't gotten to that yet, but for now I just want to link this to topic. Actually, you know what? Let's take care of this now. Let's make these categories dynamic. I'm actually just going to paste in here. So we want to get everything out of here, and then I'm going to paste this in. Now, what this is doing is we're going to have a helper function to create this get categories function, which will just grab all the categories from the database. So we'll say for each get categories as category, and then however many categories there are is how many times this will iterate, and it's going to create the link to the category, and it's going to go to topics.php, and then it's going to also have a get variable of category, which will be equal to the category ID. Alright, so for this to work, we need to go to our helper. We're going to go to our DB helper, and we just want to paste in the get categories. Alright, so this is a very simple function. Basically we're just saying select all from categories. Alright, so that should fix this for us. Or not. Let's see. Get categories, return results. And I think I know what the issue is. You can see in our code block we have this is active, and basically we're using this to see if the current category is the one that we are is the one showing in this list, which is highlighted. Alright, so what we need to do, we want to create that inside of our format helper. Alright, so basically we're just passing in the category, and it's just seeing if the current category in the URL, okay, we get that with this get super global. If it's equal to the current category, then it's going to return the text active. Alright, so it's basically going to give that div or that list item a class of active, which then will highlight it. So let me just show you. Let's save that. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of this in a second, but you can see that the active category has this blue background or purple grayish background. For this topic count, line 26, footer 26. Okay, we basically want to get the topic count for each category and have that in a little bubble. I'm actually going to get rid of that right now. We may come back to it later. Alright, so now if we click on one of these, it's going to take us to our topics page, and it's also going to have a category assigned to the category number that was clicked. This over here, this is over here because I don't think, let's see, topics, includes header. I'm not exactly sure why. Includes footer. I'm not sure why that is saying that. We're actually going to come back to that, so let's continue with our topics.php with this here, which is basically the same as the front page. So I'm going to kind of copy that. Alright, if we go to, let's go to index.php and also open up topics. Where is it? Topics.php. I'm going to bring this over. Alright, so we want to create a new topic object, and let's see, templates, topics, that's right. I'm going to go to the index page and grab these, because we're basically going to use these same things. Alright, so we'll save that, and then if we go to the front page template, I'm going to grab from here, actually I'm going to grab from the UL down to, just going to grab the whole thing down to the bottom here. copy that and then go to the topics template and replace from this UL to this UL, basically the whole page. Replace that. Alright, so we should basically have the same kind of thing. Alright, you can also see that the categories is fixed as well. Alright, now what I want the difference to be here from the home page is that I want to be able to narrow it down by category. You can see if I'm in category 2, it's still showing posts from both categories. We want to filter it, so we can do that using the get super global. So let's go back to our topics.php controller, and I'm going to paste something in here. So basically it was saying if get category, so basically if this is set right here, alright, if this is here, then what we want to do is assign whatever it is to this variable category. So in this case, category would equal 2. Alright, and then down here under the template, I'm going to paste this in. So we're saying if category is set, alright, so if the URL has category in it, then the topics are going to go to the topic class and to the get by category method. Alright, so if there isn't, actually let me get rid of this comment, we're going to say if it's not set. Okay, we'll put an exclamation here, so we're saying if category is not set, then we're going to do what we've been doing, which is this get all topics. Okay, and we're also just creating a title for this view as well. If they are viewing topics from a certain category, then the title is just going to say posts in and then the name of the category. And that actually reminds me, we need to go to our header and we want to make the title, this title right here, dynamic. Alright, so let's go to templates, includes header, and let's see, right here where it says welcome to Talking Space, let's say echo title. So now we can set it from the controller. Alright, now up here in the head, we're just going to throw in a little bit of code, and we're going to check and see if the title is set. If not, it's going to be equal to our site title, which is defined inside of our category, our config file. Okay, so let's save that. And if we reload here, you can see it says welcome to Talking Space, and that's actually coming from it's coming from our configuration file, which is right here. Okay, so if you want to change your default title, you can do it right from here. And again, you can also include them in your controller if you want custom titles like we're doing here. Alright, so let's save that. The last thing we have to do right here is to create this method here, get by category. So I'm going to copy that and then go into my topics class, and I'm going to paste this method in. Alright, so get by category, we're passing in the category ID, and then we're saying select all from categories where ID equals ID, and we're doing the bind here, and then we're just going to return the row. Alright, so we'll save that, and let's see if this works. Okay, so if we click on web programming, alright, so call to undefined method, get by category. oh wait, this is get category. I need get by category. 1 second. Okay, I'm going to put that up here. Alright, so get by category. Basically it's doing all the stuff that this one's doing, get all topics, except we're tacking on this where clause at the end. Okay, we just want it from one category. Alright, so save that. If we reload and click on a category, you can see that now web programming, it's only showing web programming posts. Web design is only showing web design, and you can see that our dynamic title is also showing. Alright, so let's stop here, and in the next video we'll work on our actual topic page. When we click on this, the topic.php page that we'll see. So I'll see you in the next part. So now we're going to start to get into the user class, and particularly I want to get into the registration form. Okay, so if we click create an account, it takes us to our register form, which takes name, email address, username, password, avatar, and then just a small about me text area. Now, first off, the reason that this is happening over here is because we need a topic object in order for our categories to display correctly. So if we go to our register.php file, not the template, but the controller in the root directory, we're just going to create a topic object just so that we can use the sidebar. Actually, what am I doing? We're going to just say topic equals new topic. Alright, so that fixes that. So we are going to have a very small validation class so that people can't, for instance, leave fields blank. But I want to get the actual registration process complete before we add validation to it. So basically I want to be able to just add in our information and have it go to our users table in our database. Alright, so a good majority of the code in this video will be for the avatar, for uploading the avatar, because we want to make sure that we do some validation on that in terms of what extensions can be used, so JPEG, PNG, things like that. So let's do that first. So I'm going to go to the user class, and I'm just going to paste in some code here. I'm going to paste in our method to upload the avatar. I'm sorry, we need to create the class first. Class user. Alright, so we have a function called upload avatar. Basically, we're going to have an array of extensions that are allowed. Alright, so all the image extensions, and then we're basically going to explode the file name, and basically we want to get it by the dot, and since it's a dot JPEG or dot PNG, we can actually grab that with the end function. We can grab the last section and then put it into an extension variable. Alright, and then down here we're just saying we're checking the types here, making sure that they're valid. Here we want the image to be less than 2 megabytes. And let's see, what else are we doing? If there's an error, then we're just going to redirect to register.php along with the error message. Now this redirect right here, this is going to be a custom function that we create. This isn't part of any kind of framework or anything like that. So we're just going to create that. We'll do that in a second. And then down here, basically we're saying we want to move the file. So we're using the PHP function move uploaded file. This is a PHP function. It's not something that we're going to define. And basically we just want to put in there where we want the file to go. In this case, it's going to be images and then in the avatars folder. All right, and we're going to return true. Okay, if everything goes well, we'll return true. If not, then we're going to redirect with an error. All right, so let's go ahead and create that redirect. That's actually going to be in our system helper. So if we go to helpers and then system helper, and I'm just going to paste this in. All right, so it's a function called redirect. It takes 3 parameters. One is the page that we want to redirect to. Next is a message that we want to send, and the way that we're going to send it is through a session. Okay, we're going to create a session variable for our message, and also a message type. So we could use error or success if we want it to be maybe green, or an error would be red, so we can format it nicely. So basically here we're just going to say if page is a string, then then location will equal page. If it's not, then it's going to assign the current page basically to location. All right. So basically, if we don't include a page, like maybe register.php or whatever, then it's going to use the current page. All right, that's a better explanation. And then down here, we're saying if the message is not null, so if we include a message, then it's going to set that to session message. All right, and then we can access that from literally any page. And then down here, we're doing the same thing, except we're checking for a type, and we're going to put that inside of this session variable, and then we're just going to use the header function to redirect to our location. All right, so very simple function. Make sure you save that. All right, so let's get back to our registration. So far we have the upload avatar method in our class. What I want to do now is just go to the register.php file. So this is basically going to be the page that we submit the registration form to. All right, so what I'm going to do is we're going to go right here, and we're going to check to see if the form's been submitted. All right, we can do that with using post. We'll say if post register. Okay, actually we want to check if it's set. So is set post register. And this register, where this is coming from, is in our form. Our our submit button has the name register. So we're checking to see if the submit button was clicked. All right, and then if it was, basically we want to grab all the fields that were submitted into the post array. All right, so I'm going to paste this in, and basically what we're doing here is just getting all the post data and putting it into this data array that we create. All right, so we get the name, the email, username, and right here we're going to encrypt the password with MD5. All right, so all you need to do is use this MD5 function and surround the password and the password confirmation field. All right, then we get our about text, and then for last activity, we're just setting that to the current date and time. All right, so that's pretty much it for our variable, for our post variables. Next, we want to handle our avatar uploading. All right, so I'm just going to paste this in, and basically we're saying if the upload avatar method is true, then we're just going to define, we're basically going to put the file name coming from the files array into our data array. And if it's not, if the avatar did not get uploaded, then we're just going to set it to noimage.png. That way we can have a standard image for people that don't upload their avatars. All right. So I basically just want to test this now just to make sure that we can upload an avatar. So I'm going to save that, and let's just see what happens. I'm just going to type in anything. We don't need any validation. This, however, should be an email address because it's set to the input type of email. And then for an image, let's see. We'll take this sample one. I don't even know what it is. And register. Alright, so undefined variable user on line 19, and then we have call to member function upload avatar. Okay, so we didn't instantiate the user object, so we need to do that. So this will be new user, and this will be user. Okay. Class user not found. Oh, we didn't have the user class saved. Alright. So email, make sure that that's an email. And this can be anything. Alright, so let's just check and see if it actually uploaded. It's supposed to go to images, avatars, and it did not. So I want to be able to see some kind of error, and what it's doing is redirecting, because that's what we told it to do if something's wrong, but we need to catch our messages. Okay, so it's redirecting here to register, and we're sending a message, but we have nothing to output it. The message should be stored in the session, so we should be able to access it. So what I'm going to do is go to our header include file in our templates folder, and I just want an area where we can display messages. Alright, and I want it to be basically right above the main content, so at the bottom of the header file. And I want to create a helper function to aid us in displaying session messages. So I'm going to go back to System Helper, and under the redirect function I'm going to paste in the display message function, and basically it's just going to check to see if the message variable, if the session message is set, or if it's not empty. If it's set or not empty, then we're going to go ahead and assign it to this variable, and then we're going to check to see if there's a message type. Alright, so if the message type is error, then it's going to just output the message with the Bootstrap alert danger class to make it red. If it doesn't have the type of error, and if it's anything else, it's going to have the success, which will make it green. Alright, and then after we display the message, we want to make sure that we unset those messages. Alright, so let's save that and then go back to header, and all we have to do is call that function display message. Alright, so let's save that, and let's see if we get anything. Alright, so we're getting invalid file type. So if we go back to user, so if we took the if statement here, we know the file type is JPEG. I think what's going on is it's less than 2 kilobytes. I'm just gonna increase this to 5. Alright, and then that should work. So let's go type in an email address, choose that image file, register. Okay, so we didn't get an error, so let's go ahead and check to see if the file was actually uploaded. So it should be in talking space, images, avatars. Alright, so there it is. So we know that the file is uploading. So now we can focus on the rest of the registration. So let's go back to register.php. Alright, so like I said, we're not going to do all the validation in this video. We'll do that in the next. I just want to get make it so that we can insert the data into the database. So let's see, under our upload block there, I'm going to paste in another block of code. Okay, let me just align this correctly. Alright, so basically we're going to call the register method in the user class. We're going to pass it the data array, which holds all of this. And if it's true, then we're going to redirect to our index page with a message that we can log in. If not, then it's just going to redirect us and say something went wrong. Alright, so save that and then go into our user class. And basically we want to create our register method. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that in. And we will go over it. Alright, so first thing, we're going to create our query. We're going to use the database class, this DB query, and the query is going to say insert into users, and these are the fields that we want to fill, so name, email, avatar, username, password, about, and last activity, and then we're basically going to use prepared statements. We're saying values, and then we're going to put these placeholders in. Okay, so basically the same text as the actual field along with a colon in front of it. And then down here we're going to bind those. Okay, so we use this DB bind for each field that we want to insert. Alright, and then we're going to put the value, which of course is coming from our data array that we pass in through here. Alright, so it's going to bind all those values and then it's going to execute it. Alright, and by execute I mean it's going to place it inside of our database. And if everything goes okay, we're going to return true. Alright, and that's why we have if user register. Alright, so it's going to return true. If everything goes okay, then we'll get this. If not, then we'll get an error message. So let's go ahead and save this and give this a shot. Okay, so create account. We'll say Stephen Wright, and his email will be swright@yahoo.com. We'll call him swright, and password avatar. Let me just grab something here. Sample. God, I hate Yahoo. Alright, so let's just get this, I guess this Apple's picture. We'll save that. And we'll use that as Steven's avatar. And we will click register. Alright, so undefined property user DB. Okay, so I know what that means. We didn't define a DB object in our class. So let's go to user. And if you remember with our other classes, let me just show you, topic, we defined a DB as a class property, so we got to do that. I don't know why I forgot to do that. And then also we need to instantiate it inside of the constructor. So copy that. And that should allow us to use the database object. So let's go ahead and try that again. Okay, and register. Alright, so looks like it worked out. It says you are registered, you can now log in. So let's just double check, make sure that Steven's here. Alright, so the users table, you can see we have Stephen Wright, his email, avatar, username, and now you can see the password is now encrypted because we used that MD5 function. So you definitely want to do that. You do not want to store passwords like this. Alright, so what I'm going to do is actually just copy this and use the same password for everybody, which is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, we didn't fill in an about field. Last activity you can see is the date and time of the registration, which is the same as the join date. But you can update this as you add more functions. Alright, so let's say the user posts a topic, you can update this date in the PHP. Alright, so that's what I wanted to do in this video, is just make it so we can actually add a user. In the next video, we will implement a really simple validation class. Hey guys, alright, so what we want to do now is we have our registration working, but we do want to have some validation. We don't want the user to be able to click register and then have a bunch of empty fields in our database. We also want to validate the email field, and we also want to validate the password confirmation. Alright, so these two should match before submitting the form. So what I'm going to do is go to register.php, okay, so basically our controller, and we have this register user, and what I'm going to do basically is I'm going to comment this stuff out because I want to be able to test the validation, but I don't want to add in a user every time we submit the form. So I'm going to comment this stuff out just for now. And then after we do the validation, we'll throw this stuff back in. Alright, so let's go to our validator class in the libraries folder, and we're going to say class, well, we need our PHP tag. So class validator, and if you're familiar with validation classes, this is going to be probably the simplest one you've ever seen. It's basically, we're just going to do those three things: required, email validation, and password match. Okay, so let's put in a comment here. Alright, this is going to check required fields. So public function is required. Alright, now this function is going to take in an array. Basically, it's going to be an array of fields that we want to be required. Alright, and then we're going to for each loop through them. So we're going to say for each field array as field, and we'll just do a simple if statement. I'm going to say if post, and then in here we just want to do that field. We want to add in field. Alright, so we want to say as long as the post variable is, if it's equal to nothing, then we're going to return false. Alright, and then down here, obviously, we'll return true. Okay, so it's going to go through our required field array, which are going to be post values, and if they equal nothing, then this function is going to return false. Alright, so we can actually use the function in an if statement in our controller. Alright, next we want to validate email. And we are using HTML5, and we're using the email input type, which also doesn't, I mean, if we go and try to submit this, actually it's not going to do it because we have the avatar. Even if we chose an avatar or whatever, it wouldn't submit because if this wasn't an email address. But there's ways around that, so we want to do some server-side validation as well. Alright, so we're going to say public is valid email. Alright, so obviously we're going to pass in the email address. And we're going to use the filter var function. Alright, so we're going to say filter var. And I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can do this. You could use regular expressions, which is really popular, but I'm just going to use this. It's much easier. So we want the field, and then we want to filter validate email. Okay, and if that works out, then we're going to return true, and then we're going to say else. Okay, we're going to return false. So very simple function. And then the last one, we're going to check the passwords, the two password fields, and make sure that they match. Say check password match. Alright, so public, I can't type. Public function, passwords, match, and this is going to take in both password fields, so we'll say PW1 and PW2. And very simple, we're just going to say if PW1 is equal to PW2, then we're going to return true, else we will return false. Alright, so that's it for our validated class. Very simple. Let's save that and go back to register and close that template. Alright, so let's paste in some code here. Alright, so let's take a look at what's happening. We're going to say if, and then we're going to call, actually we need to instantiate our validation class. So up here, we're going to create a validate object. Okay, we'll call this validate is going to equal new validator. Alright, so down here we're going to call the methods we just created. We're going to say, actually we need to create our required array. Okay, so field array is going to equal array, and we want to just include the fields we want to be required, so name, email, username, password, and password 2. Alright, and these should match your post names up here. Alright, and then we're passing that into the isRequired function, so we're just going to check it. If it's true, then it'll keep going. If it's false, then it's going to redirect and it's going to give you an error. And then here it's going to check for the valid email. If it passes, then we'll move on. If it doesn't, it'll just redirect and give you an error. And then finally we're going to check to see if the passwords match. We're going to throw in the password 1 and 2 values. If it works, then what we're going to do is what we had, which is register the user. So I'm going to copy that. We can actually get rid of this. Okay, and we're going to put that right in here. I wish the format would stay after I copy and paste. I guess that's too much to ask. Alright, so that's the avatar upload, then the registration. Alright. So let's go ahead and save that. And then I'm going to try to register a user. Syntax error, unexpected, is valid email. T-string expecting variable. Public, oh, we didn't put in the word function. Alright, so let's try to submit with nothing, and we get please fill in all required fields. Even if we fill in name, we still get that. So let's fill in all required fields. Jane Doe, Jane@yahoo.com, username, Jane. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is purposely not match the passwords. Okay, register. Your passwords did not match. Alright, so let's do everything correctly. And choose an avatar. And we'll say, I am Jane. Register. Alright, so our validation was passed, and it looks like she was registered. Let's just check, and there she is. So that's our validation class, and we will probably use it one more time when we create our topic, but in the next video we're going to get into our login form so we can actually log in as a user and also log out. So we'll do that next. Alright, so now we're going to add the login, logout functionality. We are able to add users through registration. Now we just want to be able to validate and log in. Alright, so login form is actually, it's in the sidebar, and it's actually in the footer include. Okay, so if we open that up, you can see we have our login form here. It's basically a bootstrap form, and we don't have a method or an action which we now have to add, because right now the form goes nowhere. Okay, so we want to define, first we want to define the method. Okay, we could do post or get. We're going to do post, and then the action is going to be the file that we want it sent to, which is going to be login.php. Okay, so that should be enough. The submit button has the new login, so remember that, because we're going to have to check to make sure that that was clicked. Alright, so make sure you save that footer file, and you can close that. And then we're going to go to our root and open up login.php. Alright, so this is not going to be a display file. People are not going to go to this login page. Basically, it's just going to handle our login. We're going to send our form to it, and then it will validate against the database through the user class, and then redirect us. Alright, so first thing, we need to include our initializer. We want to say PHP include core/init.php. Actually, this should be in quotes. Alright, and then the next thing I want to do is I want to check to see if that do login submit button was clicked. So we want to say if is set post do login. Okay, so basically we're saying if someone clicked the submit button, if they didn't, okay, so if someone just navigates to login.php without actually submitting the login form, then we want to just redirect them. We don't want them to be able to land on that page, so it's going to redirect to the home page. Alright, so if it's clicked, what do we need to do? We need to first get the username and password, so we'll just say get vars, and username is going to be equal to post, okay, post username. Alright, and then password is going to be equal to MD5. Okay, this is very important because remember, we stored our passwords in the database encrypted with MD5. So if we don't do this here, then it's going to match the non-encrypted password against the encrypted password. So you want to make sure that you have this here. Okay, that's going to be password. Alright, now we need to create a new user object. Okay, so user equals new user. And then we'll say,
hey guys,
whoops, sorry about that.
What we want to do now is we have...
Okay, and then we're going to say if user login, okay, and we're going to pass into the login function, we're going to pass in username and password. Okay, so if we do log in, then what do we want to do? We want to redirect. Okay, we'll redirect to index.php, and we will set a message. We'll say you have been logged in, and the message type is going to be success. And remember, this redirect function we actually created in the system helper. Okay, so it's right here. Alright, so, and then we're going to say else. Okay, because if the login does fail, then we're still going to redirect. Except we're going to change the message. We'll say that login is not valid, and we're going to set the type to error. Alright, so that's basically it. That should do our login for us. So let's go ahead and let's reload, and let's just put anything in. Undefined method user oh, we didn't even create the sorry about that. We didn't create the class method login. So let's go to the user class and go down all the way, or wherever you want to go. And I'm going to paste in some code here. Okay, so this is going to be the login method. We pass in the username and password. We're creating a query. Select all from users where username is equal to username, password, password, and then we're going to bind the values down here to push in what we entered up here. Alright, then we're going to assign the row using the single method from our database class, because we're only looking for one response, one record. And then it's going to say if the row count is greater than 0, which means a row came back, then what we're going to do is return true, but we also want to run this set user data method. And what that's going to do is it's going to set some some sessions for us, session variables, to hold, for one, a Boolean expression for is logged in, because we want to know if the user is logged in or not. We're also going to store the user ID, the user name, and the user's name. Alright, so let me just paste that in here. Alright, so basically we're calling set user data, which is this function, and we're going to set the session variables is logged in is going to be set to true. And we can test to see if the user is logged in or not through this variable. And then we have the user ID, the username, and the name. And we can use these anywhere in our script at any time. Alright, so I'm going to use it in the login form. When we're logged in, I want the form not to show, and I just want to have a logout button. So let's go back to the footer where the form is actually located. Okay, templates includes footer. Alright, and this is where the login form is. So, and instead of saying if session and then using the session variable, I want to create a cleaner helper function. So I'm going to go into helpers, system helper. Alright, and we're going to create a small function called isLoggedIn. Okay, so we want to go all the way to the bottom. Alright, so this function is just going to check if the session variable isLoggedIn is set. If it is, it'll return true. If not, it'll be false. Alright, so let's save that. Go back to footer, and now we can say PHP if, we can say is logged in. Yeah, if is logged in, then let's see. We don't want the form to show if we're logged in, so let's down here we'll say PHP else, and then we'll show the form. Okay, and then we'll end it. Alright, and then if we are logged in, basically I just want I want a form, but I just want the logout button. So let me paste this in. Alright, so it's a div. We have a div with the class of user data, and we're just going to say welcome and then the user's name. So this get user function we're going to define in our system helper as well. So let's go back to system helper, and then under the isLoggedIn function we want to paste this in. Okay, so it's just going to basically create a user array and basically just get the session variables and store them in the user array variable. Alright, and then we can return the user array. So it's just a cleaner way of doing things. Of course, you could just include these session variables right in your sidebar or wherever, but I think these functions make it a little cleaner. Alright, so it's just going to get the user's username. Alright, and then this form here is going to go to logout.php, which we'll create now, which is just a submit button with the name of do logout. Alright, so if we save that, and let's go ahead and log in. Let's see, who do I have here? Let's see, Brad T. Call to undefined method user login. Oh, actually, user login. Did I not save it? I didn't save the user class again. Okay, so you just want to make sure that that's saved. And then we can do it again. That login is not valid. Maybe I didn't use that. Alright, that was the right. So now we're logged in. You can see it says welcome Brad T. It says you have been logged in, and we also have a logout button. So if we click that, it's not going to happen yet because we didn't create the logout page yet. Okay, so let's do that now. So we want to go to our root and go to logout. And this is very simple, so I'm just going to paste this in. Alright, so basically we're including our initializer, and then we're checking to see if the logout button was pushed. If it was, then it's going to create a new user object, and we're going to say if user logout, then we're just going to redirect with a success. So let's save this first, and then go to the user class and paste in the logout code. Okay, so basically all we're doing is unsetting all of our session variables that we created when we log in. Alright, and then we're just going to return true. So if we save that and reload, and let's go ahead and try to log out. Now we're logged out. You can see the form now displays again. So it's working pretty smoothly. Alright, so the last thing I want to do now is this total number of users, because right now it's just a static number. So I'm just going to create that method in the user class. Alright, so this is very simple. Basically we're just getting a query, select all from users, then we're putting the result set into a rows variable, and then we're just returning the row count. Alright, and then we can save that. And now let's go to our index page, and just like we did here, we're going to say templates total users is going to equal user. Actually, we need to instantiate a user object. Alright, and let's see, template total users is equal to user get, what did we call it? Let's see, where is it? User get total users. Alright, so let's see, back to the index, and this is going to be get total users. Okay, so now we should be able to use this total users variable inside of our template. So let's save this and open up the front page template. Alright, and let's see, we need to look for total users. Alright, so we want to replace this 52 with PHP echo total users. Okay, now that should make that dynamic. So let's save that, reload, and now you can see we have 4 total users. Right, so we are definitely getting there. Basically, the two things we have left, the two major things, are to create a topic. Alright, we want to log in and create a topic, and also to reply to a topic. Alright, and we only want to be able to do those things if we're logged in. Alright, so we'll do that next. Alright, what we're going to do now is we need to add our create topic functionality. And of course we only want users to be able to create a topic if they're logged in. So one of the things I want to do is make it so when we're logged in, we only see create topic, we don't see create an account. And when we're logged out, we only see create an account and we don't see create topic. Alright, so let's go to the header. I'm going to close all these out just to clear some of this stuff up. Alright, so the menu is in the header includes, so templates includes header, and the menu is right here. Alright, so all we have to do is use our handy isLoggedIn function that we created in the system helper. Alright, so basically I'm going to say PHP if, we'll say if not logged in, so exclamation is logged in. Then we want to show this create an account, else we want to show create topic. Alright, so let's give that a shot. If we reload, we're not logged in, so we see create an account, Alright, if we log in, now we see create topic. Alright, so if I click create topic, we have our form. Now, one thing that I'm noticing is we don't have our editor for the topic body. There should be a simple editor so we can have bold text, italics, things like that. So let's just check out the header file. And it looks like the JavaScript is being included in the footer. And actually our CK editor JavaScript file isn't even included. So what I'm going to do is take this JavaScript out, and I'm going to put this in the header instead of the footer. Okay, so I'm going to cut that out. I'll get rid of these comments, save it, and then go to the header and stick that in here. Alright, so we want to have this base URL and then templates, and we'll copy that and put that right here. Alright, and then we also need to include our CK editor JavaScript. So I'm going to copy this, and it should be in JavaScript, and then actually I'm not even sure if we have it. Templates, we don't even have our JavaScript folder. So let's do that. In the templates directory, create a JS folder and go back to the HTML that we created, the HTML template, and in the JavaScript folder we want to copy these two files over. Okay, and then here in the top, the second one is going to go to, is it CK editor? Yeah. CK editor /CK editor.js. Alright, and that should do it for us. Alright, so now we have an editor, which is good. So we can see, I'm going to close the header and footer out and open up the create.php that's in our root, and then also the template create. And we can see that the form is not going anywhere, so we just got to add to that. We'll add the method will be post, and the action is going to be create.php. Alright, so we have a title. Make sure your fields have a name. Okay, select. Doesn't look like this one has a name for the select field. There should be category. So we want to say name equals category. And then the body has a name of body, which is fine. And then the button, the submit button, doesn't have a name, so we need to add one. And let's just call this one do create, because we need to check in our other create.php file, we need to check and see if this do create was clicked. Okay, so we can save that. And actually, one more thing, these categories are static. We need to pull these from the database. So let's see, we should be able to use the same type of loop that we used in the footer, in the sidebar, which is this here, this get categories. So I'm going to copy that from the footer and put it right after the select. Alright, and what we want to happen is we want option and then value. We want the value to equal PHP echo category ID. Okay, so that should be the value, and then for the actual text, we want the category name. Category, is it name or title? I can't remember. Let me check real quick. Alright, so we want categories. Okay, so it's name. Alright, and then we can get rid of these static options. And that should pull the categories from the database, hopefully. So we'll go back and reload. And it looks like something went wrong here. Let's check out the source. Failed to open stream, no such... Oh, you know what? We need to just create a topic object in create. Alright, so we'll say topic equals new topic. Alright, so now we have our categories. So now that the form is all set, we can go back to category.php in your root, and we need to set up for, we need to see if that do create button is clicked. Alright, so we're going to do that right here. Let's see, we want to say if is set post do create. Okay, so basically if that button is pressed, what do we want to do? I'm going to paste in basically all the post fields and then some. Alright, so basically we're creating a data array. We have the title, which is coming from the form, from the post. Actually, slug we're not using. Let me just get rid of that. Body is coming from the post. Category ID coming from the select form. User ID is coming from our getUser function, which basically just gets the logged in user's information, and we're saying that we want to get the user ID. And then the last activity is just going to be the current date and time. Alright, so we want to use the validation class with this. So what I'm going to do is create a new validator object right here. Alright, so then we can validate this data. Let's put in our required fields, which is going to be the title, the body, and the category. And then basically we're going to run the isRequired method from the validate class, pass it our array, and then if that passes, we're going to say if topic create, then redirect with a success message if it's created, or redirect with an error message if it's not created. Okay, so save that, and now we need to go to our user. I'm sorry, not our user, our topic class. So libraries topic, and go all the way to the bottom. And we're going to paste in the create function, okay, which we pass the data to. And then same as the others, we're just creating an insert query, okay, with all the fields. And some of these we don't need. Let me just check real quick these fields we have. Yeah, we don't need the view count. So let's just get rid of that. Okay, so slug we don't need either. Alright, so we're binding values here from the data array, and then we're executing and returning true if everything goes well. So let's save that, and let's see if we can do a reply. Okay, so let's go to, we're logged in as Brad T, so I'm going to go to JDo's post. Actually, no. What are we doing? We need to create a topic. We'll do the reply after. Alright, so let's say this is a test. We'll choose web design. We'll say, hello, this is a test. Submit. Your topic has been posted. There it is, right at the top. Alright, so that's working perfectly. I love when that happens. Alright, so now that we can create a topic, we want to reply to one. Okay, so if we go to JDo's post and we have something to say, we want to reply. So, the first thing I want to do is make it so this doesn't display unless you're logged in. Alright, so let's log out first. Okay, so we shouldn't be able to see this. So let's go to the template. It's topic. Alright, so here's the reply form. And we got a few things to do here as well. So first let's make this form so it works. Give it a method of post and action. Okay, so action is going to go to topic. Yeah, topic.php, but we want it to go to the current topic, so we need to tack on ID equals topic ID. Alright, and then we only want it to show if the user's logged in, so right under the header, the H3 tag, we'll say if is logged in. We'll show the form. And if not, then let's just put in a paragraph. Please log in to reply. Okay, so if we save that, reload, you can see that now the form is gone and it's telling us to log in. Alright, so let's log in. And go to JDo's post. Okay, the form is back. So what we need to do now is just go to topic, and we need to just paste in. Actually, let's see what the button in the reply form. Our button needs a name. So let's just call that do reply. Okay, and then on the topic page. Alright, so basically we're going to check to see if do reply is clicked. If it is, we're going to get our data. The topic ID is going to come from the URL, so from the get variable. The body is going to come from the post that we type, and the reply form that we fill out, and then the user ID is going to come from the get user function, helper function. And then we're going to create a new validator object. Body is the only field, so obviously that's the only required field. As long as they fill that out, it'll go to topic reply, which we have to create, and then it'll just redirect depending if it's if it goes well or not. So the last thing we need to do is go to the topic class and just create the reply method, which is pretty easy. Basically, we're just doing an insert, okay, and this is going into the replies table. We're binding the values just like we've been doing, and then we execute it. Alright, so if we save that, let's just say great post, submit. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's showing. Let's see if it went into the database. No, it didn't. Huh. Alright, looks like we might have to do a little bit of debugging. Unless, did I not save something? So let's just make sure that it's do reply. We'll say echo replied, and then we'll die. Okay, so it's going through correctly. Let's try and see if we can get these fields. Okay, undefined index body. Data body's coming from the post, which comes from this form, text area. Oh, there's our problem. This has the name reply. This should be body. Alright, so that should be our problem, hopefully. Get rid of that. Alright, so let's try this again. Let's go to John's post. Say this is, actually we'll just say great post. Submit, and there's our reply. And should show up here as well. Alright. And since we're using the editor, it wrapped our text in p tags. Alright. So I think that's everything. See, Brad's posts, John's posts. Alright, so everything seems to be working perfectly. Log out. So there is our application.